By my henchbuns, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? But we're finally here. We're finally here. The final game, episode 8. I've been so excited to get to this. I just had to start the final episode right away. There was no way I couldn't. You're out of your mind if I thought I could wait. It has been a long time coming, a very long time coming. And I'm very excited to dig in. This is the last of your viewer points? Okay. Thank you for your viewer point donation for my glasses. Supposedly, this may be the most brutal game of all if Burncastle is in charge, but also Battler is in charge, so who knows? It could all be a lie. Everything could be an elaborate trick. I'm excited to dig in. Let's get to it. Episode 8, Twilight of the Golden Witch. Good morning. To think that this is goodbye brings me great sadness as well. I have prepared a farewell party for this night. There will be a game tournament as well, so I ask that you participate with vigor. Ooh, a tournament, you say? Like Pepper, the difficulty comes in tiny yet spicy grains. Why not participate yourself? Now at the very end. Spicy, they say. A spicy little tournament. Hey, what's that sound? Who's pounding on the door? I know, we're gonna have a tournament arc, maybe. Some sort of game tournament. Maybe that's what I suspected at the end of episode 7, where it'll be like Battler and Burncastle's games competing. Two silhouettes could be seen in the chapel, a big brother and a little sister. The big brother who would never return from that day 12 years in the past, and the little sister who waited all alone 12 years in the future. However, the big brother knew everything, understood everything, and the little sister knew nothing, understood nothing. So no matter how much time passed, the little sister remained as the little girl she had been 12 years before. She remained a 6-year-old girl forever. Her sobs into his chest finally subsided. She quietly waited for his next words. After petting her head gently, the big brother fished around inside his shirt pocket. Then he took that out. What is it? That's what I said. Battler took a large key attached to a necklace out of his pocket, then held it out to Anja. It was large enough to cover his entire palm, and little Anja probably wouldn't even be able to wrap her hand all the way around it. The key glittered gold and had a beautiful, intricate design. Its weight alone made it clear that this key was something very important. Battler put the necklace around Anja's neck. Kingdom Hearts! Oh, we finally get a baby Anja sprite. She's finally baby. Of course, she didn't have a clue what Battler was saying. Pachinko, this small child? Okay. Let us see what Babby Anja... Wait, that's the wrong one. Let's see what Babby Anja... Oh, there's nothing here. There's nothing here in the tips. It's all gone. Yep, she's very baby. She does look like the manga, because it's the same artist. Very round. Her eyes are huge. Tired of looking at those big ol' eyes. Stop looking at me with them big ol' eyes. So, Anja nodded, at least in response to that part. In her hand, the key had felt heavy. However, now that it was around her neck, it felt as light as an ordinary necklace. How strange.
さあ行こうか。
どこへ？
She had been sure that her brother was about to sit down. After all, just a second ago, he said he'd tell her what happened on Rokenjima on that day. She'd expected him to tell her here.
あの日あの島で何があったのか。
お兄ちゃんがそれを聞かせてくれるんじゃない？
It's a mystery, the cat box. I'm gonna open the cat box.
エンジェに聞かせる。でもそれはエンジェにはただ話を聞いているだけには感じられない。
それはどういうこ
エンジェが本当に望んでいるのはあの日あの島であったことを知りたいんじゃない。
So, he does understand after all. What happened on that island that day? Trying to answer that question was all I was capable of, so I wished for nothing more. But, if I could, I'd want to go there. To that island. On that day. To Rokenjima on that day I couldn't go. To the Ushiromiya family mansion. To Mom and Dad. To all the cousins, all the relatives, and everyone else, and the rest. I want to go back to that island on that day, so I remain the way I was on that day. My heart and soul stuck as a 6-year-old's forever.
と？帰りたいの。私は
分かってる。
お父さんとお母さん、お兄ちゃん、みんな、私はみんなのところへ帰りたい。
だから招くことにしたんだ。
You're part of the story now, Angie.
お兄ちゃんはもう
You get to isekai yourself to the event that killed your entire family. I think that's what's gonna happen.
ゲーム版のすべてを知る者だけが。
Okay, yes, that's definitely what's gonna happen.
だから俺はエンジェをゲーム版へ招待。
私をあの日の六軒島へ連れて行ってくれるの？
ああ、エンジェを1986年の六軒島へ。
会えるの？みんなに。
Oh yeah, we're all gonna be hanging out. It's gonna be fun. Definitely not everybody's going to explode.
私もう記憶もおぼろげで、みんなの顔はっきりと思い出せないのに。
すぐに思い出すさ。そしてエンジェにとっては12年ぶりの再会でも。
Absolutely, going back in time is a great way to resolve
俺たちにと
issues.
っては
You get to see everybody, and then you get sent back, and all that grief is resolved. It'll be good. It'll be healthy. This is a healthy way to do things.
12年の遠い未来からようやく帰ってきたエンジェを。
私はいつまでもそこにいられるの？
This way, I can be with everyone forever. This is the goal I'm supposed to reach.
エンジェ、よくお聞き。
This seems healthy. But Battler spoke in an admonishing tone, as though warning me that this was a dream that wouldn't be
六
granted.
軒島の親族会議は一泊で終わる。あの日は台風だったから船の都合で2泊だったけれどね。
それが過ぎたら私は
Yeah, when the seagulls cry.
少し違う。それを決めるのもエンジェなんだ。エンジェがそれを決める。
I understand, of course. I don't exist on that island on that day. It's a miracle just to be invited there like this. Just the 2 days before the typhoon passes. Just getting those 2 days to myself is already the sort of miracle that will never come again. If I'm greedy enough to ask for more, that faint miracle might vanish. Even though I thought this, my young heart, which was still 6-year-old, wasn't satisfied with such a short-lived miracle.
帰りたくない。
わかるよ。
She wants more.
いつまでもみんなと一緒にいる。
Baby want more.
家族で一緒にいる。お兄ちゃんがもう帰らなくちゃって言っても、私は
I don't think that'll end well for you
残る。
considering, you know, it explodes.
残るのが正しいとか帰るのが正しいとかそういうのじゃないんだよエンジェ。
それでもそれを私が選ぶの？
そうだよ。そのための鍵がそれなんだよ。
Battler touched the glittering key that hung from Ange's neck.
私の答えはもう決まってるよ。
Well, let's wait a little longer. Let's
今
hold
は
on
選ばな
that.
くていい。
Let's hold off on that until you see the horrifying consequences of those choices.
すぐに訪れるからその時のエンジェの素直な心でその鍵をどう使うか。お兄ちゃんの言うことなんか何も聞かなくてもいい。エンジェのわがままなように答えを決めても構わない。でももしもエンジェがいい子でお兄ちゃんを信用できるなら、
信用できるなら？
お兄ちゃんの言うことは
Please listen to me, Ange. Please listen to me.
すべて信じる。
それがエンジェにとって一番いい選択になる。
Don't make a silly mistake.
お兄ちゃんの言葉に耳を傾け、そして全てを信じなさい。できるかい？
わかんない。
それでもいい。信じたいものだけを信じればいい。それもエンジが決めていいんだよ。
お兄ちゃんを信じないとこの夢は覚めてしまうの
Lily, thanks for the resub. Whole 9 months, crazy. That's a stream, baby.
そんなことはない。だから安心していいよ。
For some reason, Anja was suspicious of her brother and scared of him. Her wish was to remain on that island on that day, together with her family, forever. She was afraid that, once she got her 2 miraculous days, her brother might tell her to be satisfied with that and return to 12 years in the future all alone.
さっきも言ったと思う。残るのが正しいとかそういうのはないんだよ。それを
Either of these choices may have terrible
そ
consequences.
してそれは今すぐ決めな
Ah,
くていい。
Lily, thanks for the raid as well. It's weird that the sub came up before the raid. We're salty raiding. Welcome to my Umineko stream. We're starting episode 8 today, the final episode. So if you had ever any intent to read Umineko, you should probably leave right away, so that you do not get spoiled. We're literally at the beginning of the literal last episode. So that's your warning. I'm continuing right now because I wanna read more. But thank you for the raid, Lily, and I will give you a shout out, and I will also order all of you to renounce her and follow me instead. Also, or just follow us both. I guess that works too. I am a possessive princess though, so. And follow all of those things. I'm currently in Twitter jail because I told somebody who is being mean to my friend to take a long walk off a short cliff. But you know, I'm still around. You can join all those other things. Only for the 12 hours. I'll be back, like tomorrow, I guess, after I sleep. Don't worry about it, it's not a big deal. Elon Musk can't stop me. That was the exact thing I told them. I told them to take a long walk off a short cliff. I don't even think they reported it because I got instantly slapped. I think it was just an automatic filter thing. So I don't blame anyone involved. I think it was just automatic. I'll break out of Twitter jail eventually. In the meantime, we're stuck in Rokonjima, which is kind of like Twitter jail, except with more murders. So I'm gonna continue this now. Like I said, if you had ever any intent to read Umineko, you should eject. Hit that eject button right now. If not, I don't know, have fun trying to understand anything that's been going on after I've been reading this visual novel for like 150 hours. I'm not explaining shit to you, it's too much now. You should have been here for the whole thing.
もちろん。
お兄ちゃんは私に未来へ帰れなんて言わない？
お兄ちゃんはエンジに選んでほしいある選択がある。
Either that or I guess you can watch all the VODs on YouTube, which are very long, but you know,
エンジが自発的
you've
に
got
選ん
time.
でくれることを望んでる。だから
You're watching a anime boy play visual novels on YouTube. You definitely have free time to watch the rest of those VODs.
私もさっき言った。私の答えはもう決まっているよ。
Let's not be so hasty on that, Angie.
今はそれを選択する時じゃない。
Let's think on it. It's gotta be a thinker.
それはいつ？
その鍵がいずれ教えてくれるよ。
The large gold key hung from Angie's neck. Her small hand held it tightly. At that moment, she noticed a book lying on the chapel's altar. The book had a lock on it and was sealed so that it could not be read without a key. Anja looked between the key hanging at her chest and the book on the altar.
あの本はこの鍵で開くの？
あの本はダメだ。
Ooh. Suddenly angry, are we? His sudden, forceful response made Anja flinch. Battler, realizing he had scared Anja, softened his expression. Don't worry about whatever that was. Don't look at it. Don't even think about it. It won't be important later. Battler held out his hand, and Anja gripped it tightly. Then they started walking. A brilliant light lay beyond the chapel's door. That blinding light peeked in through the cracks around the door. The brother and sister began to walk through to the other side. Metroid Prime-ass music is back.
エンジ、そしてこれで最後なんだ。このゲーム版もエンジのために。
One last game, baby.
最後にもう一度だけ開く。
Oh, we get the OP. These OPs always go hard. These OPs are always really good. Da 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 da. This definitely sounds like a final song, a finale song. Oh, hey, it's Leo. There's so many characters now. Look at all of them. You never thought there would be this many characters in this visual novel. Well, you were wrong. It's the story of my love. This is a good one. I've got to look up the full version of this one later. I gotta look up the full version of that song later. That was a good one. All of the OP songs have been really good. They chose some bangers. Battler moment. He's scared on the boat again. It's been so long since we've been to this. Once again, Captain Kawabata's ferry boat to Rokenjima cut across the sea in perfect form. Yes, The tale of October 4th, 1986 always begins with Battler's screams, but this time, one thing was different. There was another yell alongside Battler's. Battler was screaming, the other was laughing? Thank you, Daisuke Ono. Your screams are always so funny. I like it when boys scream. Alongside the big brother, who was grasping at the handrail and screaming in a way no one that age should scream, was the little sister also grasping the handrail and jumping about it like it was a ride at an amusement park. George and the others just couldn't hold their laughter in at the difference.
6年を経てもバトラ君は本当に賑やかだね。
He hates the water. He hates boats.
今年はひときわ賑やかだぜ。
いとこ5人が全員揃うのってひょっとしてこれが初めて？
あれ、そうかな。なるほどね。今年はこれまでになく最高に賑やかってわけだ。
ジョージの兄貴、これ早すぎねえか。頼むよ、船の人に言ってスピードを下げてもらってくれ。
こんなので早すぎなんて
Too fast.
バトラ情けない。
That's true. That's very true, Maria. You hit the nail on the head there. He is the most pathetic man alive.
これ以上早くなったらお兄ちゃん船から落ちちゃうぞ。いいのか、落ちて。落ちる
多数決の結果バトラ君の速度を下げるという提案は
却下みてえだぜ。
Owned.
ほらほら、お兄ちゃん落ちちゃうよ。
I'm very excited to see how this episode would go. I need to see Battler fall down the stairs one more time. Metaphorically or literally.
怖がりのバトラはくすぐりの刑だ。
Not the tickles, oh god. Bully his ass.
よせやめろマリア。エンジェもやめろ。ダメ。
よかった。エンジェの体調。
Hello, Kyrie, who would definitely not murder anyone.
一人だけ留守番じゃ気の毒だしね。無理にでも連れてきてよかったぜ。
直前に大きく体調を崩したって聞いてたけれど、それが今朝になったらケロリよ。子供って本当にすごいわ。
Also Eva, who would definitely not murder anyone.
緊張が体調に出るタイプなんやろな。そういうのはいざ当日を迎えるとケロッと治ることもあるもんや。
いとこ5人ではしゃぐのが楽しくて仕方ないんでしょうね。
子供たちが楽しそうにしているのを見ているとこっちまで元気になってきますね。
The adults smiled as they watched the children play around. Anja, who had gotten very sick and who everyone had thought would be absent, made a miraculous recovery. Thanks in part to her strong desire to join in, she had come along to the family conference with the others. And so, for the first time ever, all 5 cousins were gathered together. October 4th, 1986 became a day like no other. We're just tossing her into the story. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's nothing wrong with this situation. It's all normal. The kids dashed up the path leading from the harbor to the rose garden. They were probably so charged up that even walking was too boring for them.
見たか、一番。
Battler was the first one to reach the rose garden, which was the goal. Apparently, he was trying to make up for the dishonor he had suffered on the boat by proving a superiority on land. A short while later, Anja and Maria reached him in a dead heat.
マリアが2番。
Battler is not amphibious.
違うよ。マリアお姉ちゃんはズルしたもん。エンジェが2番だもん。
The 3-year gap between Anja and Maria was large, especially since both of them were growing kids. It was only natural that Maria was faster, but Anja seemed to be complaining about a shoulder bump at the start line. Maria One-chan cheated, so she gets last place. Teacher always says you get last place if you cheat, protested Anja.
ほらほら喧嘩するなって。
No fighting.
それにしても二人とも本当に速いな。
こんなに走ったのは。
Yes, George, we know. You're very out of shape.
ああ、風が気持ちいいね。
ジョージの兄貴は運動不足じゃねえの
I didn't expect him to literally
毎
say
朝の
it.
遅刻レースに鍛えられてりゃ誰だって足腰は強くなるもんだぜ。
つまりその足の速さは朝寝坊の証ってわけだね。
お兄ちゃんは骨棒なの。
That's definitely true. Battler is always sleeping in for
エンジ
sure.
ェルを起こしたんだよ。
ストンピングからフライングエルボー。
Oh shit, it's Andrew with the people's
最後の
elbow.
トップロープからのボディープレスは強烈だったな。
起きるどころか永遠に起きれなくなりそうな目覚めだぜ。
面白そう。マリアもやる、マリアもやる。お兄ちゃん。
Do not perform wrestling moves on your cousin.
今度はマリアお姉ちゃんと一緒に起こすよ。
Yeah, it would suck if he slept in while murders were
今
happening.
夜は夜更かしは大概にした方が良さそうだね。
Finally, the adults came into sight. The cousins waved at them, urging them to hurry up. Anja and Maria were so excited that they could hardly wait. Just by having all 5 cousins together, just by adding Anja into the group. Look at how energetic this day has become. Almost like it's some sort of coping fantasy.
失礼いたします。親族の皆様方がご到着いたしました。
無事に着いたかね。では私は親父殿に伝えてくるとしよう。
皆さんは今
Yeah,
は
I'm
ゲス
sure
ト
you
ハ
will.
ウスに。
はい、荷物を置かれましたらこちらへ挨拶に来られるとのことです。
わかりました。カノンは皆さんのご案内を。
Wait,
シャノンは紅茶の準備を
That's
急ぐよう
weird.
に。
they're both being acknowledged at the same time. That's weird. That's not right.
お父さん、クラウスです。そろそろご準備をお願いします。
After Kraus knocked on the door, it opened from the inside.
おや、南條先生、親父殿は。
ご安心を。もう着替えておりますが。ただ少し緊張されているようですな。
誰が緊張していると
Oh
いう
no.
のか。
Oh no. This is This is not right.
お気に入りの片翼のネクタイピンが見つからぬ。だからいつも夏希に言っているのだ。勝手に物の場
This
所
shit
を
is
動
fake
か
as
すな
fuck.
と。
Apparently, Kinzo had been running around for some time just because he couldn't decide on a tie and a tie pin. Kinzo, who felt that the dignity of the family head must always be preserved, usually made a big deal about the head's attire being equally dignified.
なんとかなりそうですかの。
もうしばらく時間をいただけますかな。準備ができたら下へ参りますので。
わかりました。南條先生、
This
よ
shit's
ろしく
fake
お
as
願い
hell.
します。お父さん、そのネクタイピンでもよく似合っていますよ。
そのネクタイピンとは何か。そのとは年に一度しかない親族会議の日であるぞ。妥協など許せんぞ。あのネクタイピンでなくてはダメだ。どこだどこだどこだ。
Look at our funny grandpa.
金蔵さん、その引き出しはさっき調べたでしょうが。
Who's definitely not already
素
dead.
晴らしいネクタイピンをいくつもお持ちのはずだ。今日というお日柄に合わせてふさわしいものをセレクトするのもおしゃれの見せ所ですぞ。
そうであるか。片翼のわしじゃなくてもよいのか。
As Kraust watched Danjo calm Kinzo down, he started finding it hard to believe that this doctor wasn't his own mother. What? Nanjo Empreg? Well, it was always like this. He always makes a fuss when no one's looking, but when the time comes, he makes his decision with pride. After asking Nanjo to come down by lunch at the latest, Kraus snuck out of the study.
どうです？いい香りでしょう。そして珍しいでしょう。
パンプキンティーなんて初めて飲みました。
Pumpkin tea.
ほんのり甘くて美味しいですね。
As one step in preparing the tea for the guests, Goda let Shannon try a bit first. Until then, Shannon had thought it would be outrageous for a servant such as herself to drink the same thing as the family and their guests. However, according to Goda, that kind of thinking was a mistake.
お客様にお出しするものを
Oh, this is all too nice. This is all fucked up. Everybody's being too nice to each other. And also several people are alive that shouldn't be.
初めて知る料理に興味を持った時、ウェーターを呼び止めたならこう聞くでしょう。この料理はどんな味ですかと。
そうですね。そこで食べたことがないから知りませんでは、なんだかおかしな話ですものね。
Yeah, I definitely believe this is what Badler meant when he said this is what really happened that day. I fully believe him. This definitely isn't some sort of trick or fantasy.
熟知していて当然なのです。
それに自分で飲んで美味しかったお茶ならお出しする時にも自然と嬉しくなってしまうものですしね。
その通りですね。こんな美味しいお茶ならぜひ皆さんにも飲んでもらいたいって気持ちになります。
だからこそ私たち使用人はあらゆる
That's right, eat all the food.
熟知しなければならないのです。だから私がひょいとつまみ食いをしてしまったとしても
Kumasawa was so based.
それも使用人の務め。
役得であり仕事であるわけです。わかりましたか？
はい。
準備ご苦労。お茶の方は問題ないか？
ああ、源氏さんもぜひ
Hello,
飲んで
Genji.
みてください。ハロウィンらしく、今日はかぼちゃの紅茶ですよ。
Halloween, Halloween.
後でもらおう。もうじき親族の方々がお屋敷にいらっしゃられる。お子様方もご一緒しそうな雰囲気だ。
はい。カップの用意も万全です。
At that moment, the kitchen's extension line started to ring. Genji, who was standing right beside it, swiftly picked up the receiver before the second to ring. Shannon and the others always thought Genji looked like a samurai when he did this. Instant draw technique, EI jutsu with the phone.
わかった。粗相のないようにご案内を。
After giving that short response, Genji set the receiver down.
カノンからだ。今から
Wait, that no. Canon and Shannon can't be in different places.
お子様方もご一緒とのことだ。シャノンとクマサーはお出迎えを。ゴーダは紅茶の準備を急ぐように。
はい。
The family conference. It was the largest event of the year for the servants. They were all excited and determined to make it through together once again this year.
失礼いたします。親族の皆様をお連れしました。
おお、よく来たね。道中問題はなかったかね。
兄さん、儲けてるんでしょ。そろそろ自家用ジェットを買いなさいよ。
今回の機内も後ろ宮家しかおらんかったからな。
エンジェちゃん。
Then there's no need for a
来ら
private
れて
jet.
よかったですね。体調が悪いから欠席するかもしれないと。
When's this shoe gonna drop? They're all being too nice to each other. This is fucked up. I don't like this. It's weird and unfamiliar to me, and that's scary.
今朝になったら急に元気になりまして。
お腹痛いのどっか行っちゃった。お腹をぐるぐる時計回りにさせるの。お腹痛いのが治る魔法のおまじないなの。
Yo, they got stomach ache magic? I need some of that.
少し静かにしなさい。
I need to be a stomach ache survivor and cast a spell that makes me survive
そっ
it.
ちはバトラ君かね。大きくなった。
6年ぶりですね。本当に立
Can't
派に
good
なりま
things
した。
happen on Rokujima once in a while? No! That's the point! The point is that it blows up!
おかげさまで背ばっか伸びまして。
肝っ玉の方は相変わらずみてえだけどな。
むしろ
You have tiny
相変わら
guts,
ずバトラ
Battler.
君でいてくれて
You are not
僕は
huge and you
安心
do
したけど
not
ね
have huge guts. Wahahahaha. Battler may be bigger, but he's still Battler.
こいつは飛行機でも船でも落ちるのなんのと相変わらず賑やかでな。
アスムさんの血でしょ。
多分あれだぜ。こいつが小さい頃、遊園地で激しめなのばっか。
It builds character, Battler. You need to go on the crazy
身長
coaster.
制限で乗れないんじゃないの？
いやいや。ティーカップとか足こぎボートとかいろいろあるだろ。そういうのをちょいと激しめに付き合わせた
The
のが。
truth is, Battler's just a wimp.
ルドルフ兄さんは昔からそういうのやりすぎるたちだから。
それはかわいそうに。
バトラ君には同情するよ。
でも安心したわ。乗り物嫌いでこそバトラ君って感じだものね。
お兄ちゃんは乗り物が嫌いなんじゃないの。落ちるから嫌いなの。落ちる。
It's like the same thing, basically.
こら、走り回ら
No
ないの。
functional difference.
マリア、お姉ちゃんでしょ。お手本を見せなさい。
失礼します。お茶の配膳に参りました。
Oh, goody. A pleasant aroma followed Shannon as she came into the room, pushing a serving cart. Even Anja and Maria, who had been running around in circles, sat down obediently when they heard that drinks were here.
ところで、親父はどうしてんだ？
もうじき降りてくるだろう。ネクタイ一本選ぶのに朝から大騒ぎだよ。
How normal of him.
当主として威厳ある服装がどうのこうの？
お父さんって昔からネクタイにはやたらうるさいわよね。
こだわりがあられるのでしょう。おしゃれなのは良いことです。
It's true, you always gotta be styling. You gotta slay, old man. The family members burst out laughing. The sweet scent of Golda's specially made pumpkin tea spread throughout the parlor, and the calm atmosphere grew more cheery and excited.
ママ見て、ママ見て。パンプキンのクッキーだよ。
Delicious. I could go for a pumpkin cookie.
本当ね。この甘い匂いはかぼちゃなのかしら。
はい。今日のお紅茶は珍しいパンプキンのフレーバーなんですよ。とっても美味しいですから、最初はぜひストレートで召し上がってみてください。
姉さん、袖気をつけて。
へえ。かぼちゃの紅茶なんてあるんだ。
Kabocha.
ゴーダさんはよくこんなのを見つけてくるよな。
美味しいね。
Kabocha's good.
かぼちゃの自然な甘みが感じられるね。
かぼちゃを紅茶にね。でもよ、かぼちゃと言ったら天ぷらが一番だよな。
おお、かぼちゃじゃないの。パンプキンなの。パンプキンはかぼちゃじゃないの。
They're not the same.
パンプキンなの。
Maria seemed to think the English word was more fitting for Halloween, but it looked like Anja thought that kabocha and pumpkins were entirely different things. Everyone laughed, but Anja, not knowing why she was being laughed at, cocked her head to one side discontentedly. Just when it looked like she was about to get in a bad mood and start grumbling, Maria started teaching her a cookie game, and Anja immediately became engrossed with that distraction. Then, the sound of approaching footsteps drifted in from the hallway. When the relatives realized whose footsteps those must be, they straightened up. Those quick footsteps stopped for a moment just outside the parlor door, as though someone was taking a deep breath and setting up a dramatic pause. Then the door exploded open as Kinzo yelled out loud, with Genji and Nanja standing behind him. What?
Happy Halloween! エンドト
Treat! This shit's fake as hell. The cousin shouted it back. The adults returned the greeting too, looking embarrassed and refusing to meet his gaze. Get many congratulations, thank you. Anja alone stood there with her mouth open, unable to comprehend what had just happened.
よくぞ来たぞ我が孫たち。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしてしまうぞである。
ほらマリア。おじいさま、ハッピーハロウィーン。今年はすごいの。驚いて驚いて。
Maria picked up a present that had been hidden behind a sofa. Come to think of it, all of the relatives were now holding smaller, similar packages.
ほら、エンジェも。これをおじいさまに渡して。
Kyrie handed Andrea a neatly wrapped present.
おお、マリア、いつもありがとう。おじいちゃんは嬉しいぞ。
Just their kooky grandpa. Remember in episode 1 when he said he thought Maria was ugly? As Kinzo took Maria's present, a smile broke out across his face, and he rubbed his cheek up against it.
Blow it out your ass.
No dignity.
そうであったな。嬉しいぞ、我が孫マリアよ。お菓子をくれたので、今年はいたずらは勘弁してやろうぞ。
No.
今度はおじいさまの番。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。
心得ておるぞ。源氏。
こちらを。
Genji fished through something that looked like Santa Claus's sack and pulled out a present addressed to Maria, handing it over to Kinzo.
あれ、マリア。おじいちゃんからのプレゼントであるぞ。
I'm glad the voice actor's having fun with this.
かわいいぞ。マリアにあげるのが惜しいわい。
親方様、威厳。
これは後ろ宮家当主からのマリアへのプレゼント。
Gotta focus, Kinzo.
これはそのかわいい。後ろ宮家の貫禄にふさわしい品であるぞ。心して受け取るが。
ありがとう、おじいさま。大好き。チュ。
おお、マリア。我がかわいい。
He's so silly. He's so normal. By this point, even Genji had to give up on Kinzo's dignity. Still, the dignity of the family head had lasted a full 10 seconds longer than usual this year.
おじいさま、ハッピーハロウィン。これは僕からです。
ハッピーハロウィン。これは私から。気に入ってくれるといいんだけど。
He's so goofy. He's just a goofy old man. He loves his grandchildren. This is the way it's always been.
私は嬉しいぞ。
With tears streaming down his face, Kinzo hugged George and Jessica.
そしてバトラか。よく戻ってきたな、後ろ宮家に。寂しかったぞ、この6年間。
いや、まあハッピーハロウィン気に入ってくれるかわからねえけど。
良いのだバトラー。言いたいこともあろう、聞きたいこともあろう。だが今はそれはなし。
Now is not the time to reveal things to you.
よく後ろ宮家に戻ってきてくれたな。私は嬉しいぞ。
Slowly, Kinzo moved forward and hugged Battler. Battler drew back at first, but then he understood Kinzo's feelings and hugged him back. Anja watched this scene play out, shocked. Was Ushiromiya Kinzo always this kind of person?
エンジェ、次はお前の番だぞ。
ほら、それをおじいさまに渡して。
あ、
Anja didn't have a clue what was going on. She took the present her mother had given her and walked forward timidly. Kinzo's face, which had looked so cheery a second ago, suddenly became stern as soon as Anja stepped forward. No, it didn't become stern. That expression was the one always worn by the Kinzo inside Anja's mind. This was Ushiromiya Kinzo. He was fickle, short-tempered, and always wore a stern expression on his face. This was the most terrifying person in the Ushiromiya family. It felt as though the world went suddenly quiet, and it only did it when I stepped forward. Why? Why only for me? But isn't this how it should be? Isn't this the Ushiromiya Kinzo I expect? The Ushiromiya Kinzo I understand? I was like a puppet carrying a tea tray, lots of puppetry. So much puppetry. I walked forward, bewildered, with the present held out in front of me, and stopped in front of Kinzo. Without letting his expression change in the slightest, Kinzo slowly reached out and touched the present. In an instant, Anja was caught firm in a brace, present and all. Kinzo's white beard rubbed against her cheek. Yeah, he loves his grandchildren so much. This is definitely a trait he's displayed in any of the previous 100 or so hours. Kinzo has no dignity. As the old man blew his nose, he didn't look like he could possibly be anyone other than a kindly grandpa overcome with tears at his grandchildren's gifts. He just loves his kids so much, this grandpa. He's a very normal, loving grandpa. He pressed a large gift box to Anja's chest. She finally realized that all of Kinzo's presents were wrapped differently and in boxes of different sizes. Well, he's filthy rich, so it's probably not that hard. Yep, every year. He is known to be like this every year. He does what every year? He picks what himself? This bizarre ceremony happens every year. The cousins were all happily chatting about what their Halloween presents would be this year. Maria came up to Anja and suggested that they compare the weights of their presents, but for some reason Anja just stared blankly. After that, the adults also handed their presents to Kinzo one by one, receiving a gift in return along with considerate words about their health and questions about how they'd been doing recently. Then, after watching to see all the exchanges had been completed, Goda appeared and announced that lunch was ready. Golden Chef Goda is back in the saddle, baby.
プレゼントは私どもでゲストハウスのお部屋へお運びいたします。
どうぞ。置いたままでお食事に向かわれてください。
The relatives stood up, leaving their presents where they lay on tables and sofas, and followed Kinzo out of the parlor. Only Anja remained standing there, stunned, as she clutched the present Kinzo had given her. Goda's lunches had never betrayed expectations before. When Hideyoshi said that these meals were the only reason anyone ever came to these family conferences, everyone laughed and nodded. The delicious food caused conversations to erupt all over the room. You've gotten so big. How have you been lately? Pretty good. It was a fun meal, with everyone asking each other about the latest and laughing together, like some sort of normal family people that actually like each other. The Ushiramiya family sat at meals in a specific ranked seating order, so the adult siblings, the cousins, and the spouses all sat in groups. So, conversation sprung up naturally. Anje had withdrawn slightly from the cousins' chat and was looking around the dining hall. What are Kinzo and the adult siblings doing? Their conversation seemed to be peaceful and fun. Most of the time, the siblings were mothers or fathers of their own households. However, when they gathered together by themselves in front of Kinzo, that burden was lifted from their shoulders, and they became young and bright as though they had gone back to being kids again. Rudolph, who was usually an easygoing father who nonetheless had a sense of dignity, became so bright and cheery in this group that it almost looked like there was another battler. Even Kinzo looked peaceful and relaxed. He didn't say a word about money or the inheritance. In fact, he didn't even insult his children or call them incompetent. I know, how rare! How strange! He just looked like a happy old man, genuinely pleased to have his whole family together for the only time this year. The group of spouses was just as harmonious. The mothers kept bringing up problems with education and household matters, as well as family health issues. Hideyoshi and Nanjo happily joined in on their conversation. And what about the cousins? There was no way such an enjoyable meal with such a fun group of friends could fail to be raucous. Maria was in her element, showing off her knowledge of Halloween trivia. George and Jessica would nod in understanding. Battler would say something stupid, and Maria would laugh at him. Yeah, this is normal. If I wanted, I could easily join in on that conversation. Boing. And if the dessert caught my attention, I could easily slip out of the conversation too. It was a happiness, both fun and natural. It felt like waking up from a daydream to be greeted by the rays of the springtime sun. Oh boy, I sure hope nothing bad happens during this storm.
台風らしいからな。こりゃ今年も一泊じゃ済まなさそうだぜ。
私は一向に構わんぞ。可愛い孫の顔が何日でも見られるなら、私は毎日雨乞いをしてもよいぞ。
よしてよ、仕事があるんだから。
He just loves his family so much, this guy.
お父様が島を出ればいいんじゃない？そうすればもっと好きな時に孫の顔を見られるでしょうに。
Get out a little. Live a little, Grandpa. Go see the sights. Go pick up a lady.
都会はうるさい。私の家族だけしかいない静かな島が一番だ。私はここを気に入っている。
でも六軒島じゃいざという時お医者様を呼ぶのにも時間がかかるわ。
同感よ。もうお父様も年なんだから。
I don't know, Nanjo practically lives here.
私はもう老いた。家族だけに囲まれて静かに暮らしたい。そして私は幸せ者だ。それを実現できるこの島があるのだから。
You sure you don't have any other dreams you want to share with the class?
しんみりさせてしまったな。諸君、これでゴーダのランチは終了だ。孫たちよ、明日からはずっと雨らしい。晴れているのは今しかないぞ。バラをめでて、それから浜辺を散歩してはどうか。
Yeah, you all go have fun. Go enjoy yourselves. Have some personal conversations that will reveal some motives to murder.
じゃあみんな、そうさせてもらおうか。
バラをめでて浜辺を散歩する。貝殻拾いしてガラス拾いもする。
ガラス拾い？なんだそりゃ、危ないな。
ガラスのかけらが波に現れて丸くなって綺麗な
Like some sort of fragment that, oh, she already said that word.
昔一緒に拾ったろ？
ああ、あれガラスのかけらだったのか。俺はてっきりそういう綺麗な石なんだと思い込んでた。
Bro, how dumb are you?
エン ンジはガラスの石見たことある？ない。じゃあ行こう。マリアが教えてあげるよ。行こう行こう。でも早い者勝ちだよ。マリアが全部拾っちゃ
う。なら私も負けないぜ。誰が一番綺麗で大きなガラス石を拾えるか競争しよ
う。やれやれ。ここは一つ童心に戻るとするかな。負けねえぞ。
Let's all go be kids and have great fun together, and nothing bad will happen to anyone ever.
いとこ同士のんびりしてくるがよい。
The cousins rose from their seats and noisily left the dining hall. Maria grabbed Ange's hand and dragged her along. However, Ange's expression was vague and absent-minded, the opposite of Maria's full smile. I'm sure waiting for whatever terrible development this will lead up to. The cousins walked along the beach, playing in all kinds of ways. They searched for bits of glass, polished by the waves to become small and gem-like. They caught up on news of each other's lives and joked around. They wrote words in the sand. They chased the receding waves and ran away from the coming ones. The cousins enjoyed the time they had to themselves.
待て待てマリア！今度は許さねえぞ！
わはわは。わはは。
転ぶと怪我をするよ。二人とも気をつけて。
風が強くなってきたかな。そろそろ引き上げた方がいいかもしれねえぜ。
そうだね。空も曇ってきた気がするよ。
The rain's coming. The rain's coming to fall on your parade.
そろそろおしまいにして、一度ゲストハウスに戻ろうか。
やだ。もっと遊ぶ。
こらこら、引き分けろおい。じゃあこれでおしまいだ。ほら、俺のガラス石やるよ。
おい、本当？ありがとうバトラー。これで一番数が多いのはマリアだから優勝だね。
I don't know if I can ever visualize George as a man like her. He's just an incel. He's just a Redditor.
どうしたエンジェ？少し元気ないぞ。
疲れたんだよ。さあ、みんなで戻ろう。
Ange's expression probably did look tired. However, Battler alone thought he saw something else in it.
なんかあったのか？話してごらん。
なんでもない。
She said that, but something in her expression showed that she was unsatisfied for some reason. Since Anja didn't say what it was and Battler couldn't think of anything, he was unable to guess anymore. So he squeezed her small hand, silently letting her know that she could tell him whenever she was ready. Even though it seemed like such a bright, sunny day a second ago, the sky turned gray and the wind started to feel more annoying than pleasant. If they waited around, they would probably see scattered raindrops as well soon.
これであとはずーっと大雨ってわけか。なんだかげんなりするぜ。
でも短い時間だったけど、童心に戻れて楽しかった。
Even just for a little bit. I'm sure this doesn't represent some sort of end of innocence.
マリアが優勝したってママに教えるの。
俺が見つけたやつを譲ったんだけどな。
おお、マリアがもらったからマリアのものなの。
The precious.
だからマリアが優勝なの。
Anja walked distractedly, pulled along by her brother. George and the others thought that she had probably woken up too early and was tired, so they didn't try to talk her to her too much. As they reached the end of the forested path, the rose garden lay before them. They could see strong winds making the rose bushes wave.
見てー。マリアが優勝したの
Maria's #1. Maria ran forward, waving her hands about and yelling. It looked as though Rosa was waving to them from the front of the guest house.
私は一度自分の部屋に戻るぜ。そしたらすぐいとこ部屋に行くよ。
うん、わかったよ。じゃあ、後ほどね。
Jessica ran off in the direction of the mansion. George turned around as though suggesting they had better get going too. However, when he saw Anja still standing with a crabby look on her face, he realized that something might have put her in a bad mood.
大丈夫かい？
ああ、大丈夫だよ。悪いけど、先に行っててくれねえかな。
うん、わかったよ。じゃあ、後で。
George headed for the guest house. The only one left in the Rose Garden were Battler, who was waving at George, and Anja, who was still staring at the ground and holding Battler's hand. For the past few minutes, he had repeatedly asked Anja what was wrong. He realized that this wasn't anything like a stomachache or something obvious that had made her grumpy. However, young girls sometimes get upset for reasons that only they can understand. Battler knew this, so he didn't rush her in any way. He continued to gaze around the beautiful rose garden, holding her hand.
お兄ちゃん。
どうした？
どこ？ここ。
She asked a question as though she was talking about something on the other side of the silver screen. Though Battler understood what that question meant, he played dumb.
どこって？六軒島だろ？
You know, you made a fake one, Battler. Show me the real thing. I know it's gonna hurt.
これのどこが六軒島だっていうのよ。
1986年10月4日のお前が知りたがってた。
Yeah, it's what you wanted, right? This is the one you wanted?
嘘よ。
どうして？
こんなの嘘っぱちだわ。
Yeah, it's fake as hell. Anja wrenched her hand from her brother's grip. That hand hit a rose and sent flower petals flying.
俺は嘘なんかつかねえ。
これのどこが真実だっていうの？
Anja spat those words out. However, Battler's expression remained calm and composed.
何が気に入らない？
後宮金蔵ってあんな人のわけないでしょ？
孫たちとしばらくぶりに再会したなら、どこのじいさんだって目尻を下げるだろうぜ。
A crazy one, mostly.
少なくとも後宮金蔵はそういう人じゃなかったでしょ？後宮金蔵ってのは
厳格で気難しく短気で怒りっぽい。
分かってるじゃない。何よあれ。あれのどこが後宮金蔵なのよ。ハロウィン？プレゼント効果？何よそれ。こんなの後宮金蔵じゃない。六軒島じゃない。
Yeah, where's all the murder?
エンジェル
何がよ。
こんなのはいつも恒例だったじゃねえ
か。Fuck no, we didn't.
これ？これが？
そうだよな。お前が親族会議に来たのは6歳より前なんだもんな。なら覚えてなくても無理はない。
覚えてなくてもって。
Anja understood what her brother was trying to say. However, she couldn't accept it.
後宮金蔵は確かに厳しい人だったさ。若かった時は相当きつく息子たちに当たっていたらしい。
Did he lighten up at all?
それが半ばトラウマになってクソ親父たちが未だじい様のことをおっかながっていることはまあ確かに外れじゃない。
The grand tale of how Kinzo restored the Uchirimiya family was more than enough to paint him as a rigid, terrifying man. Furthermore, Kinzo was an investor. All the legends and tales that made him seem more mysterious had probably worked in his business's favor. At times, Kinzo may have even acted out this part people expected, endeavoring to make his presence all the more overpowering. That's why the world at large spoke of Uchirimiya Kinzo as a strict, short-tempered man. And they even thought of him as fickle, bold, incomprehensibly eccentric.
でもそれはじい様の外の顔だ。
Just begs the question, how much of the previous characterization in games has been just a result of people's perspective?
後宮家で 親類一同
And how much of this is just Battler making shit up to maybe try and make Anja happy?
目尻を下げて孫たちを溺愛する後宮金蔵の本当の姿だっていうの。
エンジェだって遊んでもらったり頭を撫でてもらったりしたことがあるはずだ。
I mean, then there's the thing about how he's supposed to be dead, but you know, that they always said in previous games he was dead, not in reality. Stuff like that might have happened once or twice, but that must have been a mere whim of his. My parents told me all the time, grandfather is a terrifying person, so make sure you act properly. They always said that he's very scary, so take care.
怖い人なのよ。
幼いお前は親の言いつけを過剰に聞いて鵜呑みにする。悪く言えば思い込みの激しい子だった。親父たちは行儀よくしてるようにと念を押していただけなんだ。
私見てたもん、知ってたもん。後宮金蔵は恐ろしい人だって怒鳴ってるところを見たことがあるもん。私は覚えてる。忘れない。
さっきも見た通り、じいさまは唐突なお
He
人
was
だ。
just bipolar, it's
ひょ
fine.
っとすると何かを驚かそうとしたのかもしれない。あるいは親たちとの真剣な議論の中でつい怒鳴ってしまったこともあったかもしれない。
それを私が勝手に怯えて勝手にそうだと思い込んだっていうの。そんなはずないわ。そんなはずない。だって私は覚えてるもの。忘れない。ちゃんと見たわ。後宮金蔵が怒鳴ってる恐ろしいところを。父さんも母さんも怯えていたわ。だからわかるの。私はわかる。
幼いお前が抱いたじいさまの印象はそのまま残り、
It was all
お前
made
の
up.
成長とともに
This
膨ら
one
んだ。
was created by a writer. How many times did Anja see Kenzo in her life? How old was she the last time she saw him? Anja, who got sick easily when under pressure, couldn't have gone to Rokenjima often. And since she was absent for the family conference when she was 6, her last memories of him must have come from when she was just 5 years old.
お兄ちゃんだって6年間後宮金蔵には会ってないじゃない。
そうだな。でも6年ぶりに帰ってきて、じいさまは6年経っても全く変わってなかったって知ったぜ。
金蔵は気まぐれで何を考えてるかわからなくて、不気味なオカルト趣味の鬼人で。
オカルト趣味なのは間違いない。妖精の趣味にしちゃちょいと珍しいものだったのは事実だ。その不気味な収集品で孫を怖がらせてからかう
He thought it was funny, though.
ことは俺も認める。
Even Battler had been pranked by Kenzo in the past. He'd do things like showing off an attaché case with 7-string stakes in it, and say something about how they were once used in the Middle Ages to gouge the hearts of victims in a witch's ceremony. When Kenzo did things like that, it was pretty scary, but looking back on it now, they really were childish pranks. Grandfather only scared his grandchildren because he wanted to joke around with them.
じいさまはきっとお前にも同じことをしてからかったと。
It was hilarious.
幼いお前がそれに怯えてじいさまを不気味で恐ろしい人だと思い込んだとしても無理もない話だと思う。
お兄ちゃんが何を言ってるのかわからない。
Anja bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. She said that she didn't understand, but in truth she understood perfectly and was refusing to accept it.
さっき客間でハロウィンのプレゼント交換があったな。
何よあれ。あんな甘ったるいこと後宮家でやるわけがない。
お前はまるで覚えてないんだな。
私もかつてプレゼントをもらったことがあるというの。
To be fair, Battler, there's a few things you never remembered.
そんなのあるわけがない。
オカルト好きで西洋かぶれのじいさまがハロウィンをやらないと思うか。
That dude fucking loves
じいさ
Halloween.
まのハッピーハロウィンは もう親族会議の挨拶みたいなもんだったぜ。エンジェラってもらってるはずだ。幼いってのは残酷だな。じいさまが心を込めて選んだろうプレゼント。お前の心には全く残らなかった。
私が幼かったから覚えてないだけで。
This is either a big truth bomb or Battler's doing the hardest gaslight of his life.
あれが真実の10月4日だというの？
あの日も6年前と何も変わらず、じいさまはハッピーハロウィンの声とともに100万人、そして俺との6年ぶりの再会に涙をこぼしてくれながら、じいさまはエンジェが来れなかったことを残念がっていたよ。だからエンジェにぜひ渡してくれとキリエさんにプレゼントボックスを預けていた。
そんなプレゼント私は知らない。
Well, yeah, because they blew up.
受け取ってない。
お前に届けることはできなかったな。
私は信じない。あんな後ろ宮金蔵なんて信じない。じゃあ親族会議はどうなの？遺産分配のためのきな臭いものじゃなかったの？親族兄弟たちはみんな資金繰りに困っていた。そのために金蔵の遺産を渇望していた。
エンジェはそんなことをどこ
ってそうでしょ？それが真実でしょ？
幼いエンジェに親父が自分の会社の経営が苦しいなど。
What if all that shit in the game board was just made up for the drama?
クラウスおじさんやエヴァおばさん、ローザおばさんが仮にするにしてもお前が
だってでも本当でしょ？
In the end, it was true. Anja's words were not mistaken. Not only Rudolph, but even Kraus, Hideyoshi, and Rosa had companies in money trouble. People started talking about the Rokenjima explosion accident as though it was some sort of conspiracy, and a mystery imagined by the public covered the island. Weekly magazines and television shows researched the circumstances of Kinza's children at the time, and in the future where Anja lived, that research had been made public. It is all about the money. That's why you should consider donating to the donation goal. Well, or if it is reached, I will play Sonic 1, 2, CD3, and Knuckles all in one stream. Because it's all about the money, baby. I don't know what I can do with life points, honestly. Especially if they might be taken away. But that would never happen, right? You'd never take life points away from me. I chuckle sometimes. I chuckle when I see heroes laid low before me, when I see boys in painful situations. Those things make me chuckle.
そこにエンジェの幼い頃の親族会議では粗相がないように行儀よくし、
私の知っている六軒島が後ろ宮家が間違ってるっていうの？
A little bit.
間違ってるのはお兄ちゃんよ。あんなのありえない。あるわけがない。私は認めないわ。あんな後ろ宮金蔵断じてあんな後ろ宮金蔵を受け入れることなんてできない。
エンジェは信じないのか？
What if those boys got empowered by the unbridled power of the human spirit? All the better to lay them low and crush their brains. That works better. For me, honestly.
信じない。お兄ちゃんがどういうつもりでこんなものを見せているのかわからないけれど、だってこれはお兄ちゃんのゲーム、いえゲーム版じゃない。ベアトだのベルンだの何人もの魔女が私の運命を嘲笑い、そのゲームで屈服させようとしてきたわ。でも私は真実を求めている。魔女たちのまやかしなんか通用しない。なるほどね。魔女たちめ、最後の資格にお兄ちゃんを送り込んできたってわけだわ。
そうだな。これは俺のゲームだ。
俺のゲームだ。
だから確かにこれは俺の物語であり、 俺が紡いでいる。だからこそ
No, I wouldn't be the
もしもお
anti-spiral.
前が島に来ることができたならという if を混ぜることができる。
ほら、お兄ちゃんの物語じゃない。全部お兄ちゃんの嘘っぱちの作り話じゃない。
そうだな。これはすべて俺の。
I simply made this one up.
ほら、認めたわね。認めたじゃない。やっぱりこれはお兄ちゃんの嘘なのよ。どうして嘘をつくの？どうして私に真実を教えてくれないの？
真実よ。
Exactly, Raikor.
もどうしても伝えたいことがあるからだ。
The heart!
真実より大切なこと？
Don't neglect the
何
heart!
それ？わけわかんない。
それを分からせるためのものが俺のゲームだ。
Just as Beato's games were made to make Battler believe in witches, Battler's game was made to show Anja something that was more important than the truth. Games never bring about their intended ends by force. After all, Beato's game could never be won for all eternity unless Battler acknowledged witches on his own. Battler's game was the same. Battler couldn't win in this game unless Anja acknowledged it herself. So, Battler had advanced this game just as Beato had done in the past. To believe it or not. To accept it or not. The decision lay solely in the hands of the opponent. And so, Battler was trying to enshroud Anja within his own illusion.
ようやく理解したわ。これは私とお兄ちゃんのゲームなのね。
エンジェ、俺はお前とゲームをしているつもりはない。
いいえ、これはゲームだわ。私は1986年10月4日の真実が知りたいと願った。そしてお兄ちゃんは私にそれを見せると言ってこのゲームへ招いたわ。そしておかしな幻想を見せてそれが真実だと私に信じ込ませようとしてい
I'm
る。
just trying to have a conversation here, Anja. It's not a competition.
私、魔女たちとのやりとりは慣れてるの。お兄ちゃんが優しそうな顔をして私を騙そうとしてることなんて百も承知なんだから。
The big brother realized that no words of his would have any effect on his enraged little sister. So he just quietly listened to Anja's words. But even so, Anja was dissatisfied.
もうくだらない茶番は飽き飽きだわ。お兄ちゃんに真実を話す気がないと言うならもうおしまいにして。私は私の真実を自分で探す。お兄ちゃんには頼らない。そうよ。もともと頼るべき人間なんて。
It's all fake. It's all bullshit.
いつだって一人ぼっちだったわよ。
I'm gonna go be a edgy emo loner.
悪いが、このゲームから降りることは。
ああ、そうだったわね。ゲームマスターが負けを認めない限り、ゲームは永遠に終わらない。
That's right. We're stuck here, you and I.
そんなつもりはないさ。黙って話を聞けってだけのことだ。
ああ、そう。なら黙ってることにするわ。プレイヤーがいなくても、駒は勝手に動き、ゲームは進む。そうだったわよね。
そうだな。プレイヤーを離れ、少し傍観者になるといい。そして、また戻ってきたい時に、戻ればいい。
そうさせてもらうわ。これはコンクラベよ。お兄ちゃんが真実をごまかすことを諦めるまでのね。真実より大切なこと？意味わかんない。そんなものあるわけがない。
What could be more important than the truth?
仮に俺の物語が真実でなかったとしても、お前は大切なものをこの島でなくしているんだ。
お父さん、お母さん、そしてお兄ちゃん。私がなくしたのは家族と、そして全てよ。
She spat out those words as though no further questioning would do any good and looked away. Even as he watched this, Battler's expression remained gentle.
勝手に進めなさいよ。じゃあね、お兄ちゃん。
物語だけはちゃんと見ていろよ。聞くだけでもいい。
気が向いたらね。じゃあ。
Ange's eyes clouded. Then a particularly strong gust of wind blew by, sending her hair flying. The wind must have been carrying some dust with it. Ange's nose twitched and she sneezed loudly.
お兄ちゃ
なんだい？
ん、いつまでここにいるの？なんかお天気変。ゲストハウスに帰ろうよ。
Ange's eyes weren't cloudy anymore. However, the tone and atmosphere about those eyes seemed somehow different from before. In a manner typical of young girls, Ange signaled that she was too bored and wanted to go do something. This Ange was clearly a 6-year-old Ange.
そうだね。じゃあ、エンジェはゲストハウスに戻ってるといい。お兄ちゃんはまだここにいるよ。
どうして？もうすぐ雨が降ってくるよ。
I'm gonna take a shower.
そろそろ来るはずなんだ。だから、俺は待ってるよ。
待ってるって？誰？え？
You know. You know who. Then, to Ange's eyes, it looked as though the strong winds were carrying flakes of gold along with them. No, she had definitely seen something, but she wasn't able to describe what she had seen. So to her, it had seemed like flakes of gold dancing on the wind.
来たか。ずいぶん待ったぜ。
It was as though he was talking to the wind. Battler spoke to the empty rose garden. That can't be right. After all, it was clear from his words that he was talking to someone right in front of him. So, Anja thought it must be someone that she alone couldn't see, and she rubbed her eyes. Then, when she opened her eyes wide, another large gust of wind blew past her. She shut her eyes immediately, and when she timidly opened them... From the other end of the rose garden, yes, from the path that led up from the harbor, a person appeared. To Anja, it looked as though she had appeared along with a cloud of gold flakes carried by the wind. There she is, the witch! Witch alert! We're back in action, baby. This is what the people want to see. This is what I want to see.
柵に捕まってお前と一緒に叫ぶか？
いいぜ、叫ぼうぜ。落ちる落ちるってな。
なるほど、それも悪くなかった。認めよう。どうやらわらわが来るのは遅かったらしい。
The pair casually walked up to each other and hugged. It looked like a pair of friends being reunited after several years. Anja, surprised by this unfamiliar woman, looked for somewhere to hide. However, her eyes met Beato's and she was unable to escape.
Oh, そなたはエンジェか。
She was shocked to hear this unfamiliar woman suddenly use her name.
こやつも6歳の頃はなかなかに可愛かったではないか。
お兄ちゃん、この人誰？
お兄ちゃんの友人だ。
A very good friend.
友人？それはあんまりだろうが。
お兄ちゃんの友達？
You know, friend who is a girl
こいつ
with
はベアトリー
boobs.
チェ。おじいちゃんから聞いたことないか？後ろ宮家に黄金を授けてくれた黄金の魔女の話。
Haven't I heard that before? The Golden Witch. Now I remember. That was the scary witch who would snatch you up and carry you off into the forest if you didn't listen to your parents or stayed up too late on Rokenjima.
雨の夜、
He did friendzone his wife. Chad move,
真
Battler.
っ暗な森を窓から眺めてると、魔女と目が合ってさらわれてしまうかもしれないってお母さんに。
ということは、わらわは夜更かしの子供を見張るため、寒い雨の中、窓を一つ一つ覗き込まねばならぬというのか。それはあまりに無体な。
確かに。
That's true. I would never beef with children like that.
そ
That's
れはお前
lame.
に夜更かしをさせないための親の作り話だ。彼女はそんなことはしない。
よかろう、名乗ろうぞ。わらわは黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
の、お孫さんだ。
孫？
お孫 さんとは
No
なんと
fun.
も締まらぬ呼び名であるな。
だってそうだろ。じい様に黄金を授けて黄金の魔女と呼ばれたのは
We've solved this mystery already. No more pretending.
話だろうが。
確かにそうではあるが、黄金の魔女の孫か。そのキャッチコピー、もう少しマシなものに
Is
はな
it
ら
a
ぬ
new
のか？
face? It's a good face.
この人
Hi,
魔女
Chesto.
なの？
ああ、そうだよ。今日の親族会議に招かれたお客さんだ。
怖い魔女じゃないの？暗い森に私をさらったり
No,
しない？
no, that would never happen.
おのれ、ルドルフにキリエめ。一体わらわを何だと思って吹き込んだのやら。わらわはそんなことはせぬわ。
I would never
後
do
で厳
murders.
重に抗議する。プップン。
Boo. She looked like a fiercely emotional person, but she wasn't at all what Anja had expected the creepy golden witch to look like. She was very loud, overreacting to everything. Nothing at all like the witch Maria One-chan had talked about, who had lived for 1,000 years and had various servants from the demon world. She looked, well, like an energetic young woman, the kind Anja's mom might have gotten along great with. Her brother and the witch talked together happily like a pair of close friends. Dogs tend not to trust people they meet for the first time. However, people say that they calm down once they see that their owner is on good terms with a stranger. Surely something similar to this was going on in Anja's heart. That's a weird comparison, but okay. We'll roll with it. We'll go with it. Anja kept staring at this pushy, temperamental woman who called herself a witch, as she chatted happily with her brother.
その鍵は？
Beato noticed a gold key hanging from Anja's neck. Anja automatically and defensively grasped it. Very precious, we don't know what it does yet. After hearing these vague words, the witch stared blankly for a second. But almost immediately, she seemed to understand what he meant.
なるほど。そういうことか。
すべきことを明確にした方が分かりやすいだろうと思ってな。
安心せよエンジ。そなたの大切な鍵を奪ったりなどせぬぞ。
本当に？
もちろんであるとも。それはそなたの鍵であり、そなたが決めることである。バトラム、そしてわらわたちもそなたを導く。
Yeah, you just gotta pay attention. Just listen to the story. It's story time. Don't interrupt. When her brother gave her the key, he had said that it was very important, so she had to take good care of it. Anja didn't have a clue what the key was for, but it looked like Beato did. However, just like her brother had done earlier, Beato only spoke in riddles. This irritated Anja, but for the time being, the Golden Witch said that she didn't intend to steal the key, so Anja calmed down a little bit.
あなたは知っているの？
もちろんであるとも。だが、それを教えるわけにはいかない。
No spoilers!
どうして？
その鍵をどう使うかは、そなたが自分で決めねばならぬからだ。
The witch said the same thing as my brother. The pair nodded to each other, but it was all Greek to me. It felt like someone had laid out a riddle that everyone knew but me, and everyone was making fun of me.
やがてわかる。無理に考える必要は。
Listen, all you have to do is solve some riddle. It's gotta start with Taiwan. Just remember the word quadrillion. Anja held the key tightly. Even if she didn't understand what it meant, it was her own key, and her big brother had told her to take good care of it. With her youthful suspicion, she was scared that the witch might ask her to hand it over, saying that she'd teach her how to use it. Of course, her thoughts showed up clearly on her face. The witch couldn't help but laugh at that honest expression.
安心せよ。そなたのその鍵は誰にも奪うことは
They
できない。
probably didn't even see it.
誰にも奪えない？
そういう魔法が込められているとでも理解せよ。
That's magic key.
安心。わらわもバトラも、そして島の誰も、そなたから鍵を奪うようなことはせぬ。
本当に？
ああ、本当だよ。 そういう魔法がかかってるんだ。
The key was hanging around her neck like an ordinary necklace. Angie couldn't take it off right now if she wanted, and if an adult tried to use force, it seemed like it would be easy for them to take it away. However, both her brother and the witch said that it was protected by a magic that would stop anyone from stealing it.
魔法なんて本当にあるの？
That's a great question. Even the 6-year-old Angie knew about the word magic. However, she also realized that real magic didn't exist, and that certain kinds of magic tricks were sometimes called magic. However, her brother and the witch were talking about magic itself.
ああ、魔法は存在する。
本当に？
マリアもよくわらわのことを話しているであろう。魔女はいると。魔法は存在すると。
Yeah, Maria loves that shit. True, Maria had talked about that many times. When they were just playing, Anja had believed her more or less. However, Anja was, in some ways, sharp for her age. And when she heard Maria talking happily about magic, she sometimes thought that such a thing couldn't really exist.
なら見せて。見せて魔法。じゃなきゃ信じない。
おいおい。レアとは島に来たばかりで、まだ屋敷に挨拶にも行って
Show
ない
me
ん
a
だぞ。
magic now, lady. Battler spoke as though he was trying to smooth something over. When she heard that, Andrew became sure that magic didn't exist after all.
魔女なんて嘘っぱち。エンジェは知ってるもん。
おい、よすんだ。レアとが気を悪くする。
Not her feelings.
よいよい。魔女に会えば誰だって同じことを問うだろう。いつもならばこのような幼子の挑発に付き合いはせぬのだが。
I'm now about to beef with your sister, Valor. I'm gonna ratio her. You better watch out.
いいのか。
よいよい。では見せよう、エンジ。
うん。
Alakazam, your mom is dead now. Though Anja had challenged the witch, now that she was about to be shown magic, she looked a bit hesitant. She gulped and stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Anja's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers. Anja, thinking that she was about to be turned into a frog, shrank back. However, after waiting a while and grinding her teeth, she realized that nothing was happening. So the part of her that had been scared began to get angry.
何も起こらないよ。
早とちりするでない。まだ魔法を使ってはおらぬぞ。ほれ、わらわの手のひらをよーく見るがよ。種も仕掛けもないよ。
Oh, so that's what she was doing. Now that she finally understood, Anja checked both sides of the witch's hand.
何もないよ。
よく見ておれ。
She gonna pull a quarter out of Anja's ear? That would be funny.
そして人差し指を立てる。
Oh my god, is she doing that one trick? She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Anja's eyes. Anja, thinking that she'd lose the game if she took a step back, stood her ground and concentrated on the fingertip.
人差し指の先をよーく見ておれ。行くぞ。早いぞ。
The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Anja looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, up, down, left, right, then left again. Anja, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with the fingertips, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. Ever since she was very young, Anja had hated to lose. She would take even the most trivial games seriously, determined not to lose to the adults. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Anja didn't lose track of it. Then, the high pointing finger was swung down all of a sudden. The index finger curled up again, and the hand was held in a simple fist. Could it be that something was going to come out of that hand? Anja, who had suspected that this might happen, had followed the finger very closely. There was no way that one's empty hand could have grabbed anything.
よいか。手を開くぞ。
Check this shit out. The witch slowly opened her right fist, and there...
ちゃん。
The witch gave the cutely wrapped candy to Anja as a present. Anja took it and desperately searched for some kind of trick on it, but it was just an everyday, ordinary candy. That's a classic one. Classic magic spell.
どうして？
That is very real.
デジナでしょ、お兄ちゃん。
They fucking got us, boys. How can we ever disprove this? Magic is real after all.
いや、魔法だよ。エンジェもずっと見てただろ。
Since I was watching the whole time, how did it happen? Anja didn't like it, but she was unable to see how that could have been anything other than magic. As the little sister furrowed her brow and bit her lower lip, her brother gently told her again that it was magic.
そろそろ屋敷へ挨拶に行く。バトラも付き合うがよい。わらは一人では窒息してしまうわ。
そうか。じゃあ、お供させてもらうかな。エンジェはどうする？ゲストハウスに戻ってるか？
お兄ちゃんと一緒がいい。
She still couldn't accept it. However, could it really be? She still looked grumpy, but it looked like she was getting interested in this witch.
さあ、では行こうではないか。黄金の魔女の帰還であるぞ。
She always does.
黄金の魔女の孫の帰還だけどな。
そのキャッチコピー、もう少しなんとかならぬものか。
This is funny. She's so funny. She's so quirky. The big brother and the witch really did seem close. With kindred spirits like a pair of comedians, they started walking. Anja held on to the corner of her brother's sleeve, trying to make sure he didn't forget about her. The VIP room was filled with the sweet smell of pumpkin tea, and packed with smiles and laughter. Good old Kinzo, jolly old Kinzo.
元気そうで何よりだ。
そなたも元気そうで何よりだ。余命いくばくとは肩払いたいわ。
そなたに元気を分けてもらってるだけ。
She's so genki.
書斎に戻れば枯れ果てた年寄りが窓辺でほうけているだけよ。
そなたの死ぬ死ぬ詐欺にはもう諦め、100まで元気に生きると誓ってしまえ。
俺もじい様には6年ぶりに会ったけど、全然変わってねえんで驚いたもんな。
バトラめ、この6年で世辞まで学んだか。残念だがそれは節穴というものよ。しっかりかっきり老いぼれておるわ。
金蔵が100歳になってピンピンしているのに1000円かけるぞ。
ああ、俺も100歳になってもじい様は今と変わらないさ。
He'll be the same decrepit old fuck.
これ以上褒めても何も出ぬというのに。
Kinzo laughed cheerily. Beato, who sat next to Battler, was also laughing merrily. Anja stood all alone by the window, staring at the others and trying to figure out what sort of relationship the witch of the portrait and her grandfather had. There was a knock on the door.
源氏か。入るがよい。
失礼いたします。クラウス様と夏日様がお越しでございます。
お父さん。おお、バトラ君も一緒か。
Sure hope you're not here to argue about inheritance or
ご無
something.
沙汰しております、ベアトリーチェさん。おかわりはありませんか？
相変わらずであるわ。さあ、座れ座れ。エンジェも、どうしてそんな窓際にいるというのか。
Why are you being grumpy, Angie?
こっちへ来て
Just
座る
accept
がいい。
everything that you're seeing.
エンジェ、こっちにおいで。
ここで見てるからいい。
Angie grasped the candy she had gotten from Beato tightly, and with a gaze that was still wary, she continued to stare. Genji offered her a chair, but Angie just shook her head.
好きにさせてやりなさい。さあ、クラウスも夏日もそこに座るがいい。
何か重要な話でも？俺とエンジェは席を外した方がいいかな。
おいおい、そなたが帰ったらわらわは誰に相槌を打たせればいいというのだ。金蔵、バトラがいても構わぬであろう。
隠す話でもない。構わぬ。
Nothing to hide, folks. You heard him. However, he had called Kraus and Natsuhi to the VIP room to meet Beatrice, the Golden Witch. It was hard to imagine that Kinzo wanted to have a casual conversation. After Kinzo said he didn't mind, Beato also asked Battler to stay, so he decided to do so. In order to avoid getting in the way of their conversation, Battler stood up from the sofa and walked over to Ange's window. When the big brother finally came back to Ange, she clung to his waist, as though determined not to let him go away again.
ああ、なるほど。どうしてわらわがエンジェに嫌われているか。
She's jelly.
わかった。
どうしてだ？エンジェは別にお前のことを嫌ってなんかないだろ。
これだからバトラは女心
Your
がわからない。
Ange is just a bro-con. Beato smiled at Ange, but later turned to look the other way.
女は幼くとも女であるな。
When Beato stopped laughing, the conversation switched gears. Why on earth did Kinzo summon Kraus and Natsuhi to the VIP room, and what was he going to talk about? Everyone fell automatically silent.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェよ。滅ぶ運命にあったはずの後ろ宮家を救ってくれた大恩。
I mean, that wasn't her. It was her grandma, but yeah, close enough.
感謝せい感謝せい。
じいさまが感謝してるのはお前のばあさんの方だからな。
やかましい。
いや、同じことです。莫大な黄金を3代にもわたり後ろ宮家に貸し付けてくれました。それも無償で。
本当に。
Yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Pay back the lost Nazi gold?
黄金など、わらわにはレンガも同じよ。置き場もないから金蔵が預かっててくれて助かる。
ひゅー、死ぬ前に一度は言ってみたいセリフだぜ。
黄金の魔女ってお金持ちなの？
ん？そりゃそうだな。何しろ10トンもの黄金をほいっとじいさまに貸し出したんだからな。
そうだ。必ず返すと約束し、もう数十年も借りている。
They've got so much gold.
その恩はもはや
The interest is gonna kill me.
当家が感謝の気持ちを忘れたことはありません。ねえあなた。
無論だとも3代にわたりベアトリーチェさんたちが気前よく貸してくれなかったら
The Beatrice
後ろ宮家はとうに滅んでいましたと。辣腕のお父さんとて軍資金がなければ何もできなかったのですから。
もはや金が金を呼び、黄金の軍資
Yeah, I don't need that shit anymore. I'm loaded. I'm filthy rich. I don't need the gold bars anymore. You can't really liquidate that easily.
私が何を話そうとしているかわかるか？
Since the moment Kraus had been summoned here, he had guessed what Kinzo was hinting at now. All things borrowed must be returned someday. That day had finally come.
はい、わかっています、お父さん。
ベアトリーチェよ、私はもう追い先はわずかだ。おそらく今日のこれが私とお前が会うことのできる
I'm old.
親族会議になろう。
So old.
何を気弱なことを。そんなことがあろうはずもない。
Beato alone laughed. She looked at Battler, so he laughed along with her, but Kinzo and the others remained silent. Bit awkward. Apparently there existed some major concerns about Kinzo's health.
無論来年すぐに死ぬつもりもない。しかし来年会おうと絶対の約束をすることはおそらくできる。私はいついかなる時でも できぬ約束をした試しは一度もない。
そのようなことを胸を張って言われると、わらわも返す言葉がないぞ。本気で言っているのか？
ベアトリーチェよ、もうしっかりとけじめをつけたいのだ。私がこうして元気であるうちにな。だから私は今日それを決心することとした。
おじい様は何の話を
You're gonna have it all back. I'm doing a full refund on the gold.
じいさまは今からとても大事な話をする。
By now, even Battler understood what Kinzo was about to propose. Beato probably realized it too. At one time, the Ushiromiya family had ruled the skies like an eagle before being crushed by the Great Kanto earthquake. The eagle had one of its wings torn off, and it crawled in the mud on the point of death. Then they were saved by the Golden Witch's golden miracle. Under the Golden Witch's protection, the eagle had nursed its wounds for many years. And now, finally, it was time for the eagle to leave the nest the witch had provided. It regenerated that wing somehow. This metaphor, don't look too deeply into it. That's a lot of gold. I don't know what she's gonna do with it all.
異論はないな。もとよりあの黄金は後宮家のものではないの。
無論です。何の異論もありませんとも。
Very normal Ushiromiya behavior of not at all objecting to losing their gold.
そなたは投資家であろう。金はいくらあっても足りぬであろうが、金蔵から黄金を譲り受けたいと思っていたのではないのか？
それを言われれば確かに否定は難しい。しかし、もとより父とあなたの契約であり、そしてもともと
I
あ
love
なたの
gold!
黄金です。
主人は仮にも次期当主、お父様が一代にて当家を復興させたように、主人も一代で当家を繁栄させる。
Yeah, sure. Assuming he doesn't get scammed out of resort
そして
funds.
それは主人と私で成し遂げることです。
よくぞ言った。その息であるぞ。
10トンの黄金に未練はないというか。やれやれ、大したものよ。黄金の魔法が効かぬ相手には魔女も金出しである。
I know, that's like the most powerful form of magic is infinite money.
そなたに黄金を返還する。だが、黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが
Reminds me of that one thing Batman said once where he's like, I have the greatest superpower of all. I'm rich. They would return the gold once lent by the Golden Witch. It was both simple and clear. Is the way I'm trying to... Wait, no, that's simple and clean. However, the expression worn by the Golden Witch herself was lightly not lonely. Anju couldn't understand why this was.
返すというものをいらん、やるとも言えぬしな。やれやれ。
Mayuto rose from the sofa. Then she walked up to the window and looked down at the rose garden waving in the wind.
クラウスよ、我が遺産についても
That's a lot of money. This sure solves every problem that would give everybody a reason to murder. Very convenient. That evil of mine's a real bitch, isn't she, Kraus?
源氏も書記を頼む。これより財産の分け方を説明する。
Oh boy. Kinzo immediately began explaining how the inheritance would be split up. Battler, realizing that he shouldn't be listening in on this conversation, walked over to where Beato was loitering by the window.
よう、大金持ち。黄金が余ってるなら少しは引き取るぜ。
Give me some of your gold.
巻きに変えて炉にくべれば
I mean, it's a very conductive metal. You can use it to transmit heat, at least. You could definitely light a fire under gold and use it to cook, I bet. I mean, I don't know, it might melt. I don't know what gold's melting point is. I don't know if a regular cooking fire would do that.
寂しいものよな。
そうか？
わらわの魔法で後ろ宮家はよみがえり、そしてその後ろ宮家がもうわらわの黄金の力には頼らぬというわらわの魔法から巣立つということだ。
そうだな。そういうことになるな。
わらわは六軒島を魔女の島とわらわの島と呼んできた。
そうだったな。
その六軒島がわらわに黄金を。
I mean, we got Kuadorian. You can stay there. You can still be the Witch's Island.
魔法から目覚める日が来たということだ。
Oh, I see. We're being allegorical.
そうだな。
最後のゲームと分かってはいたさ。しかし。
Now we're being literal.
こういう形ではあっても、それを切り出されると意外に応えるものよ。
お前って結構さっぱりしてそうに見えて、未練タラタラなタイプなのな。
残忍で必要なタイプは、大抵は寂しがり屋で未練がましいものよ。
そうだな。お前はそういうやつだもんな。
わらわとそなたのためのゲームだった。
楽しかったぜ。お前が6年の間に練りに練った。
You worked really hard on this project.
かつてわらわはそれを互いを苛む永遠の拷問として。
This Beato is a project manager. You can feel it. She's one of those types of people.
永遠であると信じられるうちが一番幸せなのさ。物事には全て終わりがある。そしてそれを自覚しなければならない。
目を背けずにな。
昇らぬ日はないように沈まぬ日もねえってことさ。
Of course, Anja didn't have the slightest idea what her brother and the witch were talking about. However, even as young as she was, she could feel that the pair had spent an incredibly long time together. Yeah, like 150 hours or something. And they understood each other so well that they might as well be a married couple. My wife, the witch. Then, Beato noticed her reaction.
レンジェ、わらわたちはかつて互いのためにゲームを紡いだ。しかし、それはもう終わ
Yeah, Battler needs to get his pussy in now while he still has time. We're running out. The hours are counting down. Battler has very little bit of time to get that witch pussy. They were speaking in riddles again. Grasping the key that hung by her chest, Anja looked at her brother's face.
今日という日の猫箱の中身をお前に持たせたその鍵は猫箱。
猫箱って？
今日という日のことだ。
エンジがあれほどたどり着きたいと願ったお兄ちゃんは魔法の奇跡でエンジを招いた。エンジは最後の魔女として今日という日を語り継がなくちゃいけない。
それは私がここに残ってはいけないということ？
Anja's tone was slightly tense. She understood what her brother meant, and it made her frown.
私は1986年の六軒島へたどり着きたくて、どれほど長い間苦しんだことか。そして私はやっとたどり着いたの。なのにそれを追い出すの？
Well, for one, it explodes. The explosion is probably a big issue.
自分で決めていいって。
そうだな。確かにそう言った。
帰らないわよ。そしてまるで私を甘やかすかのようなこのおかしな作られた物語もやめて。私は今日という日の真実を知りたいの。
12年を経ても遡りても気難しい女である。
She's so emo, Batley, your sister
うる
is.
さいわね。あんたには聞いてないわよ。それにあんたこそ何よそのざまは。黄金の魔女は復活の儀式のためにやってきたんじゃないの？雷鳴と共に島に現れ、 これから13人もの人々を生贄に捧げようとしてるんでしょ。そのあんたがなんでこんなにものんびり団らんしてるのよ。わけがわかんない。
わけがわからぬのはそなたの方であるぞ。なんだそなたは。わらわにそんなにも人殺しがしてほしいのか。
You want murder? Is that what you want?
それを物語に記してメッセージボトルに封じて海に投じたわ。後の世界にはそのうちの2本が伝わってる。どちらもひどい連続殺人の物語じゃない。
2本しか流れ着かなかったとは。
I just made that shit up for fun.
一番の力作だったランドが人目に触れなかったのは。
Land was pretty good.
前から聞きたかったんだが、あのメッセージボトルは何なんだ。
そなたとのゲームを練りながらその過程で生み出した派生の物語のようなものよ。一つのゲーム版から異なる複数の物語を無限に紡ぎ出せることに気づき、面白くなってしまってな。
いつか俺に読ませようと書き溜めてたわけか。
あまりの力作にそなたを待つのが惜しくなってな。孤島物の古典に習い、わらわもそれを瓶に封じて海に。
Well, that seems really inefficient.
ミステリアスであろう。
バカにしないで。あれはあんたの犯行計画書よ。あなたは黄金のありかをちらつかせながら親族の不和を煽り、残酷な連続殺人事件を目論むのよ。
やれやれ、1998年では
She doesn't get it, chat. She refuses to believe. She doesn't have love, so she can't see it.
はあ？何を開き直ってんのよ。私を拍子抜けさせようと目論んでるの？私は騙されないわよ、ベアトリーチェ。お兄ちゃん、私に魔女はいると屈服させたいんでしょ。その手には乗るもんですか。私はお兄ちゃんの手なんか借りなくたって一人で真実にたどり着いてみせる。
ここがその真実であるというのにか。そなたはかつてグレーテルと名乗ったが、どうやら道
I don't know what that's a reference to.
ふさわしいようだぞ。
いい加減にして。
I don't know what my idol is a reference to. You lost me on that one, but I'll just roll. I'll roll with it. Anja tried to slap Beato's cheek. However, the difference between their heights was so great that Beato dodged before the hand could reach her.
バカバカしい。
You're so small, haha.
バカバカしい。私は認めないわよ。こんな茶番が真実なんて絶対に認めないんだから。
After Anja yelled those words, her eyes grew cloudy. They cleared up almost immediately. By that time, she had already gone back to her 6-year-old self.
そうだな、エンジェル。それがわらわが残した罪である。最後の物語を用意する理由なのだ。
As Anja stared blankly, uncomprehending, Beato gently patted her head.
そうとも、この物語は茶番である。真実であろうはずもない。しかしそれでも、いや、そうしてでも。
You're missing the point, Ange.
どうしても伝えたいことがあるのだ。
ベアト、それはもう俺が伝えてる。
Gotta pay attention.
それ以上は無理。
Stories aren't real, but they tell us important things. Media literacy, Anja. Media literacy.
そうか。
お兄ちゃんたちが何の話をしているのかわかんない。エンジェ、もう眠いよ。
そうだな。俺たちはおいとました方が良さそうだ。
金蔵よ、わらわはまだここにいなければならぬのか。
おすまぬ。そなたはもう少しここにおれ。続けるぞクラウス。それでだが、福音の家への援助については、
Yeah, take care of those orphans,
後
Kraus.
宮家当主の義務としてこれを継続し。
やれやれ、すまんなバトラー。わらわは送ってやれぬようだ。源氏よ、この二人をゲストハウスまで送ってやってくれぬか。
かしこまりました。バトラー様、エンジェ様、ご案内いたします。
ありがとう。じゃあな、ベア、後で。
うん。そなたとは語りたいことが山ほどだ。それに今夜は水入らずで過ごしたいぞ。たまには夫婦らしいこともせぬとな。
なんだよ、夫婦
Don't
らしい
talk about that in front of the 6-year-old. We're gonna make out, Battler. It's gonna be great. Finally getting that witchessy. Because Anja had gotten so bored, she had grown very sleepy. Maitel is a reference to The Bluebird by Maurice Maeterlinck, a play where a pair of kids go hunting for the bluebird of happiness to no luck, only for them to finally give up and go home and find it sitting in a cage in their house. Oh, I see. I get it. I understand now. I get the metaphor. It would probably be best for her to take a quick nap. Battler walked through the windy rose garden, pulling her by the hands. When he questioned their guide Genji, he learned that the old servant had known beforehand of Kinzo's desire to return the gold to Beato, and settle the inheritance problem early.
親方様は人生を終えるという最後の仕事の準備をお始めになったということでございます。
自分が死んだ後のことなんて人は普通考えないぜ。やっぱじいさまはスケールが一つ違うぜ。
He's always thinking a few steps ahead, OG-san.
今日は後宮家が黄金の魔女の庇護から飛び立つ新しい
かっこいい言い方だな。
Apparently, a grand Halloween party was to be held tonight, and Goda and the others had been ordered to start getting ready for it. However, it wouldn't just be a party. It would be a ceremony to mark the return of Beatrice's gold. At the start of dinner, Grandfather would make the announcement, and the 3 generations of Beatrices would be thanked for their gift to the family with a round of applause. Apparently, this was what they had planned. I'm sure those plans won't go awry at all.
一応は秘密にしております。ただ、親方様のお考えは唐突に今日思いついたものではありません。もう何年も前から今日という日について考えを重ねられ、おそらく今宵の発表に驚かれる方はいないでしょう。
うちのクソ親父。どうやら会社のことで金の工面が大変そうだし、じいさまからのちょいと早い遺産のプレゼントに舞い上がっちまうかな。
むしろ大きな責任に奮い立たれるでしょう。ルドルフ様は島を出られ、大成し見事な成功を収められました。しかしそれは親方様の財産によって支えられ
Gotta
た
cut
も
them
の
off.
です。
Gotta make them leave the nest with their own money.
それが唐突に遺産をドンと出され、これからはお前の力だけで頑張るのだぞとなるわけか。かえってプレッシャーがあるかもな。
プレッシャー。
ご兄弟の皆様は親方様というあまりに偉大すぎる父親に、偉大すぎる親はただ存在するだけで、子には
それが今夜本当の意味で一人前になって巣立つってわけだ。
親方様は今宵を黄金の返還式とお呼びになる。
Gold returning ceremony.
ですが最初は生前葬と呼ぼうと考え
あ
たいでした。
Okay, so it's like the thing from episode 7.
葬式じゃなんだか落ち込んじまう。新しい出発の日、巣立ちの日って方が確かに後宮家にはぴったりだぜ。
お兄ちゃん、眠い。
She eepy. She's the eepster.
ほら、もうゲストハウスに着くよ。お母さんの部屋へ行くか、それともいとこ部屋に。
どこでもいい。晩ご飯まで寝てる。
There she goes. Anja, still holding on to her brother's hand, crouched down and looked as though she was about to fall asleep. Battler lifted her up and carried her. As she felt the warmth and safety of her brother's back, Anja drifted off into sleep. Sure hope nothing bad happens. in this nap time. What happened that day? Just what on earth happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Because of the massive size of the Rokenjima explosion accident, the time of the explosion was known almost exactly, down to the minute. That time was October 5th, midnight. The sheer improbability of that round number proved that the accident had been produced by artificial means. Later on, you've consulted your chart? Alright, I see. Later on, the following statements were collected from individuals who knew Ushiramiya Kinzo when he was alive. During his lifetime, Ushiramiya Kinzo built a clock rigged to blow up the island at exactly midnight. This clock was apparently inside his secret study. When he felt mentally cornered and wanted to think up a brilliant plan, he would activate that device and use the tension of the approaching midnight to bring some flash of inspiration to him. While Ushiramiya Kinzo still lived, this was only thought of as a tall tale about this eccentric man. But the fact that the Rokenjima explosion accident occurred at exactly midnight supported the story. Oh, hi. You're the guy. You're the witch hunter guy. Professor Utsuki spoke passionately. Witch hunters, enthusiasts who treat the mad fantasy surrounding Rokenjima as their plaything. Anja had no reason to love these people, who embellished the deaths of her family just for the fun of it. How ironic it was to Anja, who had wanted to know what happened that day, that such people knew more about that island than anyone else. Good old Kuadorian.
財産を独り占めにするためにみんなを殺して爆発によってその痕跡を消した。
そう考えると六軒島のミステリーは最も筋が通ります。エバ氏があの日あの島で何があったのか語ろうとしないことにも合点がいくわけです。
Where was that rigged clock, and how did Eva find it? Several forgeries have speculated on this matter. There's no need for me to waste time thinking about it. Eva activated the clock device, hidden Kuadorian to escape the blast, and was therefore the only one to survive. That was everything, the answer, which eloquently told the whole story. When Eva first adopted me, our relationship wasn't that bad at all. I asked her several times, what happened that day? Every single time she answered, it was to say that she didn't remember. But, well, she must have been flustered at the time. The very first time I asked, she answered like this. I can't tell you about it. It was a slip of the tongue. She knew what had happened that day, and she left this world without telling even a bit of the truth. She sealed the truth in a cat box, and left this world, taking the key with her. There can be only one answer. She was behind everything. She got to keep all the family wealth to herself and became super rich. And afterwards, she lamented the fact that her beloved son would never inherit any of what she had created, and she cursed me. Just remembering that old bitch makes me want to vomit. What happened that day? That's what I want to know. It's my only goal, the only reason I'm still alive. However, later on, I had to come to grips with the fact that my goal was an abstract one. After all, though I don't know what happened that day, if it's a question of who did the crime, that's already clear. Ushiramiya Eva. She's the culprit. That has never changed since the beginning. That's right. I'm not trying to find out what happened that day. I'm trying to find out what Ushiramiya Eva did that day. If I can reveal that, then I can expose Eva's evil, even though she's already dead. That is my true goal. The police also suspected that the accident might be a crime, and they did investigate. However, no matter how much they inspected the crater that had once been Rokenjima, they didn't find anything at all. The public and the witch hunters cornered Eva with several bits of circumstantial evidence, but not a single bit of physical evidence was found. Though Eva was the only merest fraction of a shade away from guilty, they were unable to expose her crime. My goal isn't anything as vague as learning what happened that day. It's to expose the crime Ushuramiya Eva committed that day, and to have my revenge. I haven't been able to expose Ushuramiya Eva's crime, so people are acting as though the events on the island were all done by some bizarre golden witch. Defeating the golden witch means exposing Ushuramiya Eva's sin. I won't forgive Ushuramiya Eva. I'll certainly hate her and take revenge for my family. That is Ushuramiya Ange's one and only reason for living. Oh, hi. It's been a while since we've seen the fuckboy.
それだけ嫌われりゃ会長もあの世で笑いが止まらねえでしょうぜ。
うるさいわね。あのクソババアの罪を暴くのに全て吹き飛ばして完全
I
犯罪。
do like jazz.
私は認めない。絶対に。
This is Akatsuki's theme song. It's freeform jazz.
つまりお嬢の旅は家族のための復讐の旅ってわけだ。
悪い？
まさか。生きる目的があるの大いに結構ですぜ。
それ切ってくれる？
おや、M ザッキーはお嫌いで？
You don't like M. Zaki? M. Zaki haters, get out of here. Amakusa turned the radio. Oh, I said Akatsuki earlier. It's Amakusa. Amakusa turned the radio off. The dull sound of the engine became the BGM that filled the car.
昔？弔い合戦なんて。
It is very Marvel 2. Marvel 2 fans hearing jazz for the first time. Getting a lot of Marvel 2 vibes from this. Could be worse. You could have said Persona 5. Then I would be forced to kill you.
あんた、傭兵で戦場に行ったことあるのよね。
まあ、ほどほどには。
I've killed some
家族
people.
の仇を取るために戦っている人って強い？
そりゃ強いですぜ。家族の仇を取るために体に爆弾を巻きつけて自爆
They
する
sure,
やつ
yeah, that sure is a thing that happens.
人は仇討ちのために死ねる生き物ですぜ。
そうね。私も死ねるわ。
少年兵ってやつをご存知で？
子供の兵隊？
Yep, that is what that phrase
そうで
means.
す。親を亡くした身寄りのない子供たちが武装勢力に拾われて兵士になるのです。パンと銃を与えられ復讐の方法を
Like
教え
Raiden
ら
from
れる。
Metal Gear.
所詮は子供、使い捨てですがね。引き金さえ引けりゃ戦場じゃ誰だって兵士になれる。
私がそれだって言いたいの？
復讐は生きる目的になります。そして兵士になれるほどの力も与えます。親の亡骸にすがって泣くことしかできなかった少女が一夜にして兵士に生まれ変われるほどの奇跡を見せてくれる。復讐ってやつほどパワーを与えてくれるものはありませんぜ。
そうでしょうね。それがまさに私だわ。
少年兵問題ってのをご存知で？
知らないわ。
銃を与えられ復讐の仕方を習った少年兵はそれを生きる目的
That
と
is
し
a
ます。
problem.
いや、少し
I would say child soldiers are a problem in general.
それを銃を撃つ理由にします。しかし復讐ってのは終わりがない。
Boss, you killed a child?
銃を撃つのに理由が
Great
なくなって
work,
くる。
boss. That's why you're the best.
どういう意味？
復讐のために銃を撃っていた。それがやがて理由もなく銃を撃つようになるんです。
復讐を忘れてしまうということ？
できもしない復讐にやがて疲れ果て、その目的を忘れちまうんです。そして手元には銃しかない。やがて飯を食うために銃を撃つようになる。
復讐のために銃を取った少年兵はやがて野党か何かになり果てるってこと？
Sort of.
何しろ学校にも通わず職も学ばせてもらわなかった連中です。
They only learned how to shoot guns. and they were only ever praised when they killed the enemy.
やがて自分の生きる目的は復讐のためでなく、その手段のためだけになり果てていく。気の毒なことです。
私もやがては復讐に疲れ果てて、私の場合だと何だってのよ。
真実を暴くことに疲れ果て、お嬢はやがて後ろ宮エヴァを憎むだけの人生になり果てていく。
What if the truth isn't what you want?
すでにそうだけど、何か
A little bit.
そういえばそうでしたっけ。
I'm not sure what Amakusa is trying to say. I mean, it seems pretty clear to me. Probably something annoying. So I'm not interested.
復讐なんてくだらないことだ。そう言いたいんでしょ。
お嬢の人生はまだまだ長い。何だってできる若さがある。その貴重な若さを費やすには、ちょいとこの旅はもったいねえんじゃねえかなと思いましてね。
余計なお世話よ。私ね、ほら、飛び降りたでしょ。
You did do that. That was pretty crazy.
せっかく九死に一生を得たってのに。
あの時ね、私は死んだのよ。だから、私はもう亡霊ってわけ。家族の仇を討つために、あの日の真実を暴くことだけを目的としたね。
やれやれ、お嬢は大した鉄の意志をお持ちだ。
あんたみたいな軽薄な男に私の気持ちなんてわからないわよ。
After that, Amakusa was forced to shut his mouth. He shrugged, but Anja didn't see. Even so, Amakusa spoke once more.
お嬢とこの旅を始めた一番最初の日、お嬢は言いました。あの日、あの島で何があったか知りたいと。
今だってそうよ。何か変わった？
今はこう言ってます。後ろ宮エヴァの罪を暴くため、
What if you find out Eva didn't commit a crime?
知りたいと。
全く同じじゃない。
まあそうですね。
私、眠いから。
Done talking now.
少し黙っててくれる？着いたら教えて。
了解です。
I wasn't particularly tired, really. I just said that because I didn't like talking about this.
ならないでくださいよ、少年兵に。
Anja, who had decided to feign sleep, ignored him, but Amakusa kept talking. He wanted to make sure she heard at least this much.
お嬢の旅は最初、真実を知る旅でした。それがだんだん復讐の旅になっている。真実を暴くことで復讐する旅だ。しかしお嬢も分かってる通り、六軒島にはもう何も残ってやしません。何の跡形も残ってやしない。真実を暴くことは並大抵のことじゃないかもしれません。
Can't always get what you want. I know what Amakusa's trying to say. The police searched the scene so thoroughly just after the crime, and even they weren't able to find any physical evidence proving that Ushiromiya Eva was the culprit. And a full 12 years have passed since then. If the truth could be discovered by a girl like me, waving wads of cash around to pick up a bit of info from those who were somehow related to the incident, then someone would have exposed the truth long ago. I might not be able to reach the truth. If so, then my first desire, my desire to expose the truth, will probably fade away. And after that, only my hatred for Eva will remain. Just like those child soldiers who forget their original purpose and just live to shoot. I'll forget my original purpose and just live to hate. I'll do nothing but despise Ushiromiya Eva, but my goal, exposing the truth for revenge, will be gone. So hating Ushiromiya Eva will become my whole life. Is there any difference between shooting for revenge and shooting to live? When you pull the trigger, someone dies either way. And what about my case? Is there any difference between hating Eva as I expose the truth and hating Eva after I've given up? There's no difference. In the end, whether I find the truth or not, I'll just keep on cursing Eva over and over until I die. Are you sure about that? What a crappy life. But now, that's all I have left. Ushiromiya Eva stole my family. So I'll take revenge by exposing her crimes and showing the world. My consciousness slowly drifting away into sleep. Why is Oni-chan showing me such a bizarre Rokonjima? Is this supposed to be the truth? Even with this, enough with this farce. Why is even Oni-chan trying to hide the truth from me? I'm trying to find it so that I can avenge him and the others. Or would Oni-chan say the same thing as Amakusa? That revenge is meaningless, so I should stop? Is that why he's speaking in riddles, trying to make everything more confusing? That's none of his business. I'm not just trying to take revenge for their sakes. I'm doing it for my sake, too. After all, that's the only reason I'm still alive. Taking revenge is my reason to live. I don't have a clue what Oni-chan is thinking. Probably that you shouldn't waste your life chasing something ultimately pointless. I don't know. I'm gonna take a really quick break because I need a sippy of Wawa, and also... Actually, it's just that. I'm out of Wawa. I need a sippy. So I'll be right back. Wait patiently. It'll be just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Hello, hello, I'm back. Hello, hello, there I am. I've returned. Okay, let's get back to it. I'm interested to see where this goes. Outside, the rain had started to pour down hard. However, inside the cousin room, it was loud and cheery. It could have been raining spears and no one would have paid any attention. Oh, I love that show.
うわ、ブラフじゃなかったか。
The cousins were all bursting with energy, sitting in a circle on the bed.
バトラがでかく張るときは役なしのことが多いと思ってたんだかな。
そう思わせるためにここまで負けてきたんだぜ。
As is typical for
最後
Battler.
に勝つために負けを布石する男。
Yeah, that sure is, that's a great description of Battler.
バトラすごい、バトラすごい。
He's always losing until he's not.
私のコインを分けてやるよ。一緒にバトラをぶっ潰そうぜ。
With just a deck of cards, the cousins could enjoy themselves for hours and hours. They were so engrossed in the occasional thunderbolt, hardly even registered as static in the background.
そろそろお腹が空いたね。
He's hungry.
夕食はまだかな。
George is gonna eat a lot, as he always does.
そろそろじゃないかな。今夜はゴーダさんたちずいぶん張り切ってたな。
ってことは随分と期待できそうだぜ。俺の6年ぶりの再会を祝してかな。
さっきシャノンに聞いたけど、ハロウィンパーティーがあるって言ってたよ。ホールで立食形式でやるそうだよ。すごいね。
ハロウィンパーティー？
Halloween party?
お、はーい、どちら様？
There was a knock, the door opened, and Anshu was there. She had been sleeping in her parents' room.
おお、エンジェか。起きたか。
あのね、晩ご飯だからお屋敷行くって。準備しなさいって。
Dinner time. Now I want some dinner. This is making me hungry.
お腹すいた。
Perhaps because she was the hungriest, Maria celebrated more vigorously than anyone else. She jumped up happily and hopped off the bed. As the others all clambered off the bed and started putting their shoes on, Kyrie and Rudolph came into view.
ほらガキども、飯だぞ。行く支度をしろい。
今日はなんだか素敵みたいよ。楽しみね。
マリア知ってる？ハロウィンパーティー。ハロウィンパーティー？マリアだけ知ってて、エンジェは知らない。
Yes, you're very special.
お母さん、ハロウィンパーティーって何？
さあ、何かしらね。行ってのお楽しみね。
みんな、か。そろそろ行くで。
皆様、お揃いでしょうか。ご案内いたします。
マリアこっちいらっしゃい。襟が変よ。
ああ、お腹空いちゃったわ。親族会議の一番の楽しみは食事よ
Yeah,
ね。
Goda is the golden
エンジ
chef
ちゃん
after
はお
all.
腹空いた？
Eva smiled at Anju.
着いた。
エンジェ、着きましたでしょ？
いいのよ。そうよね。お腹空いたわよね。
Wow, Anju, Eva sure is nice to you, Anju. Maybe she doesn't hate your guts.
よし。
Maybe she isn't planning to murder everybody.
表は風も強いみたいだからな。傘を飛ばされるなよ。
皆様、傘をお持ちください。
はい、エンジェちゃん、傘。
ありがとう、エバおばさん。
やっぱり女の子は可愛いわね。今度おばさんのお家にも遊びにいらっしゃい。約束よ。
エヴァおばさんってエンジェのことを気に入ってるんだ。
Badly, you're not making this game subtle at all.
うん。母さんは本当は娘が欲しかったらしいんだよ。
ああ、聞いたことあるぜ。小さい頃、私もずいぶん可愛がってもらった気がする。
No wonder, cause she raised a pussy!
うちのママは
Eat it,
本当は男の
George.
子が良かったって言ってたよ。
元気に生まれてきてくれれば性別なんてどうでもいいのよ。マリアは大切な神様からの授かり物なんだから。
That's true, we've long abandoned subtlety. When they got outside, the wind was fairly strong. Eva, who had really hit it off with Anja, offered to share an umbrella with the little girl. It was hard to tell what they were chatting so excitedly about, but they seemed to be getting along splendidly already. Battler opened his umbrella as he watched this. His little sister was cute when she clung to him, but she was just as cute and adorable when looking up at someone else with a happy smile. All according to plan. The wind and rain were strong, but even this must have been the perfect spice to heighten their anticipation of the coming meal. Sure hope no one's dead in here. Thanks to some festive decorations, the main hall had been remade into the scene of a Halloween party. The Ushiramiya family always took meals in the dining hall. This was the first time I'd ever seen a buffet-style party set up in the main hall.
Yo,
Oh, she's got the dress on.
Oh, Maria! 久しぶりであるな。
ハッピーハロウィーン！トリックオアトリート！
お菓子はあるが今はやらぬぞ。食事の前であるからな。
ありがとうベアトリーチェさん。相変わらずお美しいわね。
ローザこそ子持ちとは思えんぞ。
お前少し出来上がってねえか？耳が少し赤いぞ。
あの後ちょいとその
Oh no, she's wasted. She's off her rocker.
食事の前のお菓子は自重するのに飲酒は自重しねえんだな。
Do as I say and not as I do.
失礼いたします。ベアトリーチェ様、親方様のお呼びでございます。
I saw Kinzo beckoning from over by the portrait.
やれやれ、セレモニーとは金蔵も形式にこだわる男よ。
例の黄金の返還式うんぬんってことなんだろう。後宮家にとっては一つの大きな節目なんだ。
Sure would be a shame if we all exploded.
ちと寂しい気持ちもあるがな。
後宮家顧問錬金術師であることはこれからも変わらねえさ。
であるな。ではちょっと行ってくる。後ほどな。源氏の話によると今日のパーティー。
Ooh, a theme party.
楽しみにしておれ。
I mean, a theme besides Halloween?
用意したのはお前じゃないだろうか。
いちいち細かい男よ。では後ほどな。
お兄ちゃん、今日は何かあるの？何か特別な日？
It looked as though even Anja had picked up on that much. She seemed to be getting tense for no reason.
後宮家にとっては特別な日だ。だが、エンジェとは関係ないから気楽にしてていいんだぜ。
そうだ。ねえねえお兄ちゃん聞いた？さっきエヴァおばさんからね、すごい秘密を聞いたの。マリアお姉ちゃんの知らない秘密、お兄ちゃんにだけ教えてあげるね。
ほう？秘密ってなんだなんだ？
あのね、アーモンドが入ってたら当たりなんだって。
あ
あ。当たりってくじ引きか何かの話か？
とにかくアーモンドが当たりなの。
Anja puffed out her cheeks. Apparently, she wanted to be praised for sharing this exciting secret. But just knowing that almonds win doesn't really explain much.
わかったわかった。大切な秘密を教えてくれてありが
It's
と
a
う。
huge secret. It's a secret to everyone.
お兄ちゃん嫌い。せっかく秘密を教えてあげたのに。
Anja, her cheeks still puffed out, headed back to where Aunt Eva was. They really are getting along well. Well, I guess I have no problem if it's her aunt. If it was some guy from our class, I don't care if they're in elementary school, it's not happening. No playing with the opposite sex without Oni-chan's approval. At that moment, Genji-san's voice rang out. The chatter gradually subsided and the rain outside once again became apparent.
皆様、ご静粛に願います。
Silence filled the room. All of the relatives seemed vaguely aware that tonight's festivities consisted of more than a Halloween party. Battler already knew. This was a ceremony to mark the return of the gold from Kinzo to Beatrice, which had been borrowed for so many years. Now that fact was being announced by Kinzo himself. He spoke of how this gold had not only been restored to the Ushirimiya family, but brought it to a level of wealth it had never before experienced. He spoke of how he would finally return this gold to Beatrice, the one who had saved the Ushirimiya family. Kinzo personally handed an ingot decorated with a bright red ribbon to Beatrice. All three Beatrices.
後ろ宮家は未来永劫忘れることはないである。
やれやれ、しまう場所もないが特別に引き取ってやろう。
ベアトリーチェ様。
It was hard to imagine Beato, of all people, getting admonished by Genji. I couldn't help but laugh.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師ベア今宵をもち10トンの黄金の貸し出し契約の終了を受け入れるものである。我が祖母の代より数十年片翼をもがれたわしは再び飛翔の時を迎えた。
You got your wings back.
わらわはそれを見守り、子々孫々までの未来永劫の繁栄を心より祈るものである。
Clap a clap clap. Applause filled the hall. Though she'd managed to make such a dignified speech for once, as soon as it was over, she stuck her tongue out and leered at us. I guess that's about the limit to how long Beato can stay serious. Yeah, you're telling me. That bitch is so unserious.
名を受け継ぐことで千年を長らえる魔女である。よって彼女の子々孫々に至るまでそのすべてがベアトリーチェであり、そのすべてが当家の顧問錬金術師なのである。後ろ宮家子孫一同はベアトリーチェの恩義を永遠にたたえ、子々孫々に永遠にそれを伝えるのだ。ベアトリーチェは未来永劫後ろ宮家の恩人であり、尊い絆で結ばれた家族なのである。
ご承認いただける方々は拍手をもって承認をお願いいたします。
Big clappers. Everybody approves of this. Nobody is mad at all that the gold is going away. After Genji's words, the relatives all looked at each other, then started applauding at once.
ありがとう、諸君。ベアトリーチェよ。そなたは後ろ宮家の一員。
You know, illegitimately, in a sort of wedlock sort of way. That was the one I was looking for, wedlock.
尊き絆によるものだ。
金の貸し借りの縁は血より大切であるからな。
ベアトリーチェ様。
After that, Kinzo's long-winded speech continued. Tonight, Kinzo would retire as the Ushirimiya family head. Then, he announced that he would reveal the distribution of his inheritance. A stir of excitement spread across the siblings in money trouble when they heard that they wouldn't have to wait for Kinzo's death to get their shares.
お前たちがそれぞれ金に苦労しているのは知っておる。それらの問題はすべて
Yeah, don't
こ
worry,
れで
it's
解
all
決でき
fixed.
るであろう。
Everything's fine.
ただし心せ。
I'm not dead at all.
これは死を待たずして与える遺産である。私はお前たちを厳しくも常に見守ってきた。しかし今宵をもって お前たちの父はそれをやめ
I'm fresh out, kiddos. I'm tapped dry. I got no more gold. Inheritance is spent.
お前たちが飛翔するのを眺めているだろう。
No more checks from Grandpa.
もはや何の口出しもせぬ。
You gotta figure that shit out on your own now.
そなたたちの生きたいように生きるがよい。
親父。
お父様。わかりました。私たちは必ずや飛翔してみせます。
兄弟で力を合わせ、後宮家をますますに繁栄させることを兄弟一同ここに誓います。
そやで、わしらは力を合わせたら向かうところ敵
This
な
is
しや。
certainly a thing that will happen. Everybody's gonna work together and be nice to each other from now on. Hideyoshi laughed, but Genji admonished him. However, he could understand why they were so happy. So far, the siblings had quarreled ruthlessly over the inheritance. However, this evening, the inheritance had been neatly split apart, and they no longer had any need to scheme for money. In other words, the siblings no longer had any reason to squabble with each other anymore. On the contrary, this was a time for them to join hands and help each other become more and more prosperous. Eva and Rosa were sniffling with tears in their eyes. And so was Rudolph. Perhaps now, despite their ages, they had finally left the nest for real. Tonight, the eagles of the Ushirimiya family would leave Rokenjima, the nest weaved from the witch's magic, and go their separate ways, with their own power and determination. It made Kinzo think, if only I had done this from the start. If he had settled the inheritance problem himself, there would have been no need for his children to quarrel at all. Instead, he had acted in a sullen manner and left the problem to them, which had resulted in their strained relationships. Yes, it was all his responsibility. And now the intertwining bonds had been released. It was as though an invisible rope had been wrapped around Kinzo's body. That rope was now gone, and he felt a sense of release he hadn't experienced for many years. See, everything's fine now. We solved all the problems, everybody's happy, and nothing's gonna blow up. The four siblings stepped forward, and before Kinzo they swore to all support Kraus, the new head, and lead the family to greater prosperity. Their faces sparkled with an unexpected youthfulness. It was only natural. After all, none of the four had made such a natural-feeling promise since the time they were kids. As the vibrancy of their youth returned to them, the siblings made a promise once again. When Kraus finished his announcement, a friendly applause filled the hall. The cousins, and the servants too, joined in on the applause that continued on and on. Anju watched this, dumbfounded. The four siblings were supposed to have quarreled with each other constantly since they were kids. And they were supposed to have pointlessly locked swords with Kinzo's inheritance as their goal, their worries over money spurring them on. Thanks to the ceremony, even the word of truth, the world I acknowledged, has been rewritten. Were they actually friendly towards each other? Or did they quarrel all the time, like I believe? It doesn't matter. Either way, right here, right now, all those problems have been resolved. I mustn't believe. This is just Oni-chan's farce. Even though I know that fact, when I watched Dad and the others hugging each other with teary smiles on their faces, I couldn't help but feel something warm welling up in my eyes. No, I don't wanna believe in people being nice.
お前は何を見たら信じることができるんだ。
The only thing you can believe is the red.
赤で言えなければ。
Don't be like Erica. She thought that. Anja looked at the floor and fell silent. As the game master, Battler was able to use the red truth. However, that rule only exists on a witch's game board. In the world of humans, red truth doesn't exist. People see things, hear things, and when they believe that something is worth believing, they accept it as red truth. Unless Anja accepts it, no kind of truth can become truth. Battler wanted her to realize this. There was no point in using the red truth, the rule of this game, to force the truth on her. Anja would have to use her own power, her own heart, to accept the truth as truth. The decision was Anja's. No one could force her to decide either way. So there was nothing wrong with Anja declaring the scene to be a farce. But if so, then what about the hot tears dripping down Anja's face? Anja would have to think that through herself, without anyone telling her. After one sniffle and a rub of her eyes, Anja let the 6-year-old version of herself take control of her piece. What followed was a harmonious, fun stretch of time. Beautifully adorned dishes were sought in one after another, and champagne corks were loosened with pleasant sounds. Pop! Several small tables were sat here and there, each with its own theme. That was where the fun lay in this stand-up buffet party, as the guests wandered from table to table, pondering what they should eat first. This sort of performance was where Gota's genius shone through. The hotel that let him go should have regretted ever having done so. Of course, a stand-up buffet would probably be a tiring affair for the middle-aged, so chairs had been set up as well. However, each time a new gist was brought into the hall, they could get up to look, wandering through the tables however they pleased. This way, they could each bump into a new group of people, then mingle elsewhere when that group melted apart. People are interesting. As the members in each group changed, so did the topic of conversation. The bustling Halloween party played out like a colorful kaleidoscope. The origami chains decorating the walls brought back youthful memories. Those would help anyone enjoy themselves like they were kids again. Even to Anja, it was like a dream. She chatted happily with her cousins. She also chatted with her aunts and uncles. Beato showed her several tricks that she called magic. Maria said they were magic, Anja said they were tricks, and the night grew even more lively. The two young girls were so fired up that the adults decided to show some tricks they knew, shocking both of the kids utterly. Eventually, they each started showing tricks to the others, asking if they'd ever seen this one or that one before, and it became a party of magic, just perfect for Halloween. In addition to magic tricks, several quizzes, riddles, and games popped up, reminding everyone of their childhood days. Even the servants who were serving food got dragged into the groups, and the whole fall was filled with chatter. To Anja, young as she was, every single magic trick, quiz, and riddle was an entirely new experience. They stimulated her intellectual curiosity, and she couldn't contain her excitement. And in the wide variety of delicious foods and drinks she could choose from, and it was like being in a dream. Anja felt a floaty sensation, as though she was walking on a cloud.
Enji, お前これを飲んじゃったのか?
Uh-oh.
お父さんの飲み物だぞ。
Don't get the 6-year-old drunk.
エンジェも大人のブドウジュース飲みたかったの。だからいいの。
少し顔が大丈夫か?
Do not drink the adult grape
ちょっとし
juice.
か飲んでないから大丈夫とは思うけれど。
エンジェ大丈夫だよ。子供じゃないもん。
You are literally 6 years old.
エンジェちゃんはこっちを飲みなさい。ルドルフお父さんが飲んでるのは悪い飲み物だからもう飲んじゃダメよ。
そうだな。悪いのを飲んでるとエンジェも悪い大人になっちまうぜ。
エンジェ悪い大人にならないもん。お姫様になるもん。
So true. A noble goal.
エンジェは私たちみんなのお姫様よ。
そうだな。エンジェは家族みんなのお姫様だ。
Being a princess is an act anyone of any age can engage in.
ぜひ今度おばさんの家にも遊びに来てね。絶対なんだから。いっぱいいっぱい歓迎してあげるんだから。
ありがとう、エヴァおばさん。
Everyone's being really nice. It almost feels like I've become a real princess. I feel so great I could almost believe that this whole celebration was being held for my sake. Battler stood outside that group of people. As he watched Anja smiling happily from the distance, he smiled too.
ああして幸せに笑えば名前負けもせんのにな。惜しい娘よ。
そうだな。天使の名にふさわしい笑顔だと思うぜ。
あの笑顔が子までなく本当のエンジェのものであればよい。
We can only hope.
仮に違ってもあいつはこれを見てるさ。そして自分で考えればいい。
そなたとエンジェのゲームは慈しみにあふれているな。 わらわからすればもどかしいほどにな。
I know, where's the murder?
もどかしくて何の問題がある？誰の邪魔もない。妨害も駆け引きも何もなしだ。
そうだな。このゲームはもはや戦いでさえない。
言ってみれば、片付け
Yeah, the denouement, if you would say.
俺たちのゲームの
The downward sliding action.
わらわの気まぐれな
We're way past the climax now.
及んだ罪は償いきれぬ。
俺たちのゲームの責任だ。俺たち二人で償う。だから俺たちでエンジェに最後のゲームを送る。
エンジェはあの鍵を正しく使えると思うか？
俺たちが正しいと思う方へ無理やり引っ張ることももちろん考えたさ。
それは意味なきことかもしれぬな。
She would do the opposite if she did
強制
that,
された
probably.
選択は正しくとも生涯受け入れがたい。
そういうことだ。エンジェは自ら考え、それが俺たちから見て正しくない選択であったとしても。
ゲームマスターはそなただ。わらわはもはや何も口を挟まぬ。今宵をただ楽しむだけだ。
エンジェにとっては意味あるゲームだ。だが俺たちにとっては
The after party.
お疲れ様パーティーみたいなもんさ。
そろそろやってくる頃合いだな。しかし良いのか？エンジェにまた誤解されるぞ。
大丈夫さ。それにむしろ必要なんだ。
Oh boy, is it time for
お前が
murders?
そういう姿を見せたようにみんなもな。
ならば我らもこの千秋
The
楽
murders
を
have
楽
to
しませて
happen.
もらうとし
They're necessary.
これほどの長きゲームにて皆それぞれの役を見事演じきってきたのだから。
That instant, the sound of someone clapping for attention rang out.
さあさあ皆様、お集まりください。本日のとっておきでございます。本日は今夜のハロウィンパーティーの目玉としてこの特製ザッハトルテをご用意させていただきました。
Goda had been the one clapping. Everyone gathered together, wondering what was going on. On the serving card in front of him was a large sliced chocolate cake.
ご覧
Chocolate?
の通り、チョコレートにて片翼のわしの紋章の風浪をつけた後ろ見分けだけの一品でございま
Freudian
す。
slip. The stupendous cake drew a gasp of admiration from all present.
これは立派なケーキですな。
Oh, I'm getting
目
diabetes
玉にふ
just
さ
from
わしい
looking
も
at
の
it.
です。
いえいえ、ただのケーキではございませんよ。今夜のこのケーキには一つ
Ooh,
秘
a
密が
bomb?
ございます。親方様、
Small
どうか
bombs?
それを皆様にお話しくださりますようよろしくお願いいたします。
これはささやかなゲームである。このケーキには一つだけ当たりのものがある。
Oh, small almonds. Anja shouted happily. Kinzo looked at her and nodded.
このケーキの中の一切れだけにアーモンドが一つ
I sure hope nobody is allergic. Nobody here is allergic to nuts,
このケ
right?
ーキを選んだ者が今夜の王様であるぞ。
王様ゲームなんて久しぶりだぜ。
あなたのは悪い王様ゲームよね。
さて、王様になるとどんなことがあるのですかな？
王様は願いを一つ口
One
にする
wish,
こ
you
とが
say?
できる。それを皆で叶えようではないか。
へえ、面白そうだぜ。
王様は男がなるんだよ。女の子はなれないよ。
女の子が当たりだったらお姫様になる
Don't be so stuck to gender norms, Maria.
アーモンドが当たり。
そうだな。エンジェはすごいな。
時はくじ運がものを言うんや。負けへんで。
お待ちなさいよ。小さい子から順に選ぶといいわ。
それがいいですね。エンジェちゃんからどうぞ。
こら、マリアはお姉さんでしょ。エンジェちゃんを先にしなさい。
エンジが当たりを引いちゃったらどうするの？
エンジェが当たりを引く。アーモンドが当たり、アーモンドが当たり。
私たち年寄りは残り物に福があることを祈りましょう。
和解順ということはビリは金蔵であるよな。
Kinzo's an old man.
そなたは繊細であろうが。
納得ゆか
Owned. Everyone burst out laughing. Her real age was unknown, but she claimed to be 19 years old. In front of Angie lay a large cake split into several pieces. Just one of those pieces was the winner.
さあ、エンジェ様、どのケーキになさいますかな。どれを選んでもほっぺたが落っこちるほど
It's gonna
美味しい
taste
です
real
よ。
fucking good.
やだ。当たりのじゃないとやだ。
じゃあ一発で当ててみせるしかないな。ほら、選べ選べ。
Matler pushed Angie's small back towards the table with the cake.
どれにしようかな。
The chocolate cake was cut into 15 pieces. I want to pick the one with the almond and become the princess. One of them has an almond. Which could it be? I get to choose first, but it sort of feels unfair. I mean, it is, isn't it? My chances of getting the right one are 1 in 15. There's no way I'll get it. And then, when Maria One-chan goes after me, she has a 1 in 14 chance of picking the winner. The next person has a 1 in 13 chance, and a 1 in 12 chance, and the last person will win for sure?
お兄ちゃん、これずるい。最初に選ぶ人の方が不利。
Everyone laughed. Apparently there was something wrong with my calculations, but I still didn't like it.
さあ、エンジェ様から運試し。
That's not how probability works, you silly little
ど
girl.
うぞどうぞ、お選びください。
Berncastle's been going on and on about this for so long. If I have to pick one out of so many, there's no way I'll win. But for some reason, tonight, it feels like I might actually win after all. I have no reason for feeling this way, but when I'm in a good mood, Lady Luck always brings me fortune.
ほら、決まったか？
決まった。これが当たり。
I concentrated on my fingertip and pointed at one of the 15 slices. The slice I chose was... Oh, wait, hang on. There's gameplay now. Suddenly I'm interacting with the story. Okay. I choose that one, I guess.
これ。
これでございますね。
I get the feeling
よろしいですか？
it'll be a winner no matter what. I get the feeling that's the point.
もう決めたの？これがいい？
When he asked me whether I was sure, I felt a little uneasy. Still, at times like this, it's better to stick with your instincts. It was one of the few bits of philosophy that this young girl had learned from her few life experiences. Goda took the chosen slice, put it on a plate with a fork, and handed it to Angie.
次はマリアね、マリア。どれにしようかな。
It was Maria's turn next. She was excited, determined to be the winner. I walked away from that group all by myself. I was struck by a temptation to quickly cut the cake open and check for an almond inside. However, I stopped myself. If I check my piece first, my chance of winning is 1 in 15. However, if I wait for some other people to check their slices, then when I see that they've lost, my chances will go up, if only slightly. In other words, instead of searching for the almond right away, my chances will go up if I wait for some other people to lose. You get it? Do you get it, henchbuns? Do you get it, chat room? The cake is like a cat box. But if someone picks a winner while I'm sitting around here, the chances of my slice being a winner will go to 0. It'll be tough to calculate the right moment. I need to wait just long enough for as many losers as possible to show up. My chances of winning are highest if I can check my piece immediately before someone else wins. Yeah, that's the trick to winning this game. That's not, again, not how probability works. Ooh, what a strange thought. It feels like I'm missing something? Even though no one else can touch the cake that's sitting in front of me, the almond inside it will appear or disappear depending on whether or not the other people win or lose. Huh? I was in such a good mood that I felt dizzy and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my theory. But I did realize that something was strange. There is always just one truth inside a cat box. No matter what happens outside the box, it shouldn't be able to shake the truth inside. But first, we have to talk about parallel universes. And yet, I'm being shaken about by events outside the cat box, trying to use those to change the way I observe the box's contents. I don't even know what I'm saying. Another me inside me is trying to say that, but it's too hard for me to understand. I feel like I'm drifting. I got so cheery and excited that even though I'm not sleepy, my mind feels hazy. Also, you drank a little bit of Daddy's wine, but that's okay. Maybe it's because I drank Dad's adult drink. In the end, even though I chose the first piece, I decided to check it last. After I've seen that everyone else has lost, my chances of winning will be 100%. I tried to find the contradiction in my thinking, but I didn't really get it, so I stopped. It's much better to have a 100% chance than a 1 in 15 one, so I decided to bet on that. I couldn't wait to open this precious treasure chest, but I waited for everyone else to choose their pieces and check them.
どうですか？当たりの出た方はいますか？
マリアの入ってなかった。
Yeah, Maria scarfed that thing down.
私のも外れだぜ。お姫様になり損ねちまった。
外れでも本当に美味しくて美しいザッハトルテだね。食べずに飾っておけるものならそうしたいくらいだよ。
どうだ？アーモンドあったか？
私もダメね。秀吉兄さんはどう？
わしも外れのようや。会社に嫁にもうわしの運は使い切っとるからな。
もうそれってどういう意味よ。
南條先生はいかがですか？
My wife.
今調べてるところです。たまにはこういうのも楽しいですな。
うん。駆け引きなしの純粋な博打も実に面白い。ベアとはどうであったか？
残り物に服があるなどと言った嘘つきは誰だ？ガル
エンジはどうだ？
What are you, a dog?
アーモンドはあったか？
今調べてる。
なんだ、まだ手をつけてなかったのか？
I had been following my own personal probability theory, but I didn't think I could explain it well to Oni-chan, so I didn't mention it to him. I wonder if there's an almond in here. If I win, I'll be tonight's princess. I'll be happy if I win, but even if I don't, it'll still be a really fun night, so that's okay. It got put on hold when this cake game started, but before then, everyone was having a lot of fun trading tricks, quizzes, and riddles. This game is fun too, but I want to play like that again soon. Huh?
どうした？エンジ。お。
I lifted up that tiny thing with my fork and stared at it, then showed it to my brother.
これ、アーモンドだよね。
お？おお？エンジェのに入ってたのか。すごいぜ、エンジェ。
At the same time, a stir rose up in the other corner of the room.
あったわ。私のに当たりが
We're all winners.
これはおめでとうございます、エヴァ様。
違う。エンジェが当たりなの。私がアーモンドなの。
I held the almond high and shouted across the room. The crowd around Eva split and everyone stared at me, surprised. I was surprised too. The thing in her hand was, without a doubt, an almond.
なんだこりゃどういうことだ？
5だ。
It's like the cat box, one's alive, one's dead.
アーモンドが2つ入ってるようだが、どちらも当たりなのかね？
はて、そんなはずは。
どちらかが勘違いということでしょうか。
エンジェ様のは間違いなくアーモンドです。カノン君、そっちは？
エヴァ様のも間違いなくアーモンドです。
We have to treat this utterly seriously.
では二人とも当たりということではありませんか。
親方様。
Just a funny little joke. I made a funny little
これは
joke.
キーなこともあ
I
るもの
definitely
だ。
didn't do this on purpose.
どうしたものか、ゴーダよ。
Yeah, make the face, Koda.
これはちょっとした手違いでございまして、じゃんけんでもしてもらって。
ケチくさいことを言うでない。2つのアーモンドが現れ、女王と姫が選び出されただけの話ではないか。
そういうことだ。二人が当たりということで良いではない。
You can both be winners.
まあ、しかし。
Koda was hesitant. Actually, I had prepared a single special dessert for the king. It had been decorated in a way that made it hard to split for two people, so it wasn't convenient for there to be two kings. When Eva heard Koda mumbling something to this effect, she shrugged and laughed.
じゃあエンジェちゃんがお姫様になりなさい。
お姫様、エンジェはお姫様なの？
私はその付き人よ。ね、これならいいでしょう。
Of course it worked. Anja had been worried that Eva would be declared the winner since she had spoken up first. So she hadn't even dreamed that Eva would give it up to her.
でも、いいの？エヴァおばさんも当たりなのに。
いいのよ。エンジェちゃんの付き人になれたもの。さあ、お姫様。あなたが叶えてほしい願いは何？考えてちょうだいな。エンジェは、
願い事、もう決めてあるの。
あら、それは何？おばさんに教えて。
I want this fun time to keep on going. Forever. The young me spoke for the desire in my heart.
さっきまでの楽しいがずっと続いてほしいの。
I get the feeling that the nuance has changed. Still, that was unmistakably my wish.
さっきまでのって。ああ、手品とかクイズとか？じゃあこうしましょう。みんな聞いて。お姫様の命令よ。ついさっきまでみんなが盛り上がっていたように、手品やクイズなどでエンジェちゃんを楽しませてあげてちょうだい。
Tricks and quizzes for you forever. You'll never get a truth.
おいおい、もう手品のネタも尽きちまったぜ。
ならクイズやなぞなぞね。
つまりみんなでいろいろなクイズでエンジェちゃんに楽しんでもらうようにすればいいわけかね。
お姫様に楽しんでもらえるクイズをみんなで献上するのですね。
なるほどね。了解したよ。
あははは。なるほど、面白いではないか。ではエンジェよ、こうしよう。みんなにクイズやなぞなぞを出してもらい、それに挑むがよい。見事解けるたびにそなたにメダルを1枚与えよう。
メダルって？
It'll increase the damage of your command grabs.
記念メダルってことだろうな。いっぱい正解できればいっぱい集められるんだろうぜ。
ただ集めるだけではつまりませんね。
集めたメダルの枚数に応じて私から素敵なプレゼントを送ってやろう。どうだ、がぜんやる気が出たであろう。
A present?
すごいじゃない。
And all I have to do is answer
ご褒美まである
questions?
んですってよ。
よかったわね、エンジェ。
Everyone gathered around me, smiling as they thought about what sort of puzzle they'd give. They were all thinking about me so that they can play with me. Just the feeling of having that all to myself almost made me explode with joy at becoming the princess. Yippee! Everything's good. Everything's good here. Everybody's having a fun time together. I became the Halloween party princess, and the tournament of quizzes and riddles just for me began. It looks like I get a medal for each puzzle I get right. If I get a lot, I'm supposed to get a wonderful prize from Grandfather. Okay, here I go.
誰からクイズをもらえばいいのかな？
誰からでもいいそうよ。好きな人に話しかけてごらんなさい。
今のうちに何かとっておきの問題を考えておかないとな。
マリア、あなたクイズの本をカバンに入れてなかった？
Oh, yes, the wolves and sheep.
あるよ。意地悪な問題でエンジをいじめるの。
Maria One-chan laughed with an evil smile. Looks like everyone's going to try and bully me. I'm sure they'll think of some really hard questions.
大丈夫よ。おばさんが助けてあげる。
本当？
ええ。だっておばさんはお姫様の付き人じゃない。だから二人で頑張っていっぱいいっぱいメダルを集めちゃおう。
Am I actually gonna have to answer like multiple choice questions?
そうそう。
We're already
エンジ様。
introducing interactivity with the cake.
誰からでも結構でございますよ。このゴーダもいつでも挑戦をお受けいたします。
Goda will be your opponent.
まあ待て待て。最初に姫君に謁見する栄誉はこの私のものだ。エンジェよ、まずは私の挑戦を受けてみよ。
はい。
He used to post that Goda quote to people out of context. I bet that would be funny for people who are still very early on and might misjudge the situation. I suddenly got tense and my stomach began to feel tight. Then Anteva gently held my hands.
大丈夫よ。一緒に頑張りましょう。
The Budokai Tenkaichi of thinking.
では行くぞ、エンジェよ。これはクリスマスの日の話。
Oh, Christmas story.
クリスマス？
Even though it was October, he suddenly started talking about Christmas. Is he going to ask what day Christmas is? I know that. It's December 25th.
クリスマスの日、夜空を見上げながら女は言った。やがて夜が明けて朝になるわね。そしてまた日が沈んで夜になってもまたクリスマスだったらいいのに。すると男は言った。いいよ、その夢を叶えてあげるよと。そんなことが果たして可能だろうか。
クリスマスの次の日は26日で普通の日だもん。そんなの無理。
夜が明けてもまだクリスマス。おばさん、わかった。
Oh, I see. Is this a riddle of some sort?
どうしてクリスマスの次の日がまたクリスマスなの？
エンジェも考えてみるがよい。
Oh my god, I have to answer this. Okay. On Christmas Day, a woman looked up at the night sky and spoke. Eventually, the night will end and morning will come. Wouldn't it be wonderful if, after the sun sinks and it becomes night once more, it could be Christmas again? Then the man spoke. Okay, I'll make the dream come true for you. Is such a thing possible? Is it possible? Maybe it's like one of those tricks, like the time she's really asking the question is the early morning of the 25th, so that when the sun rises, it will still be the 25th. I think that's why it's possible. I think... Ah! Wow, that's loud. That sound is loud. Why does that sound so loud? I'm gonna say it's possible. I'm right. That's right. See, I was correct. See, I was absolutely correct. She was talking. The lady the night she was talking in was the early morning of December 25th. I've solved your trick, old man.
そういうこと。そのどちらの夜も確かにクリスマスの日の夜よね。
エンジェすごい？エンジェすごい？
It is not a Boxing Day joke. It is a wordplay joke, because that's, you know, Kinzo's whole thing. With a delighted smile, Aunt Eva patted my head vigorously.
見事であるぞエンジェ。難しい問題のつもりだったのにあっさり解かれてしまったわい。
おめでとうございます、エンジェ様。これが
You know, I have a suspicion that all answers are correct here. Like, if you said it's not possible, they would have come up with some reason it's not possible, I think. But I'll have to look that up later. Genji-san held out a gold-colored medal. Grandfather smiled at me, urging me to take it.
その調子で頑張るがよい。さあ、私の出題はおしまいだ。向こうへ行き、好きな人に話しかけてクイズを出してもらうがよい。
It was a heavy gold-colored medal. If I get a lot of these right, my pocket might burst. I'm gonna get so many they can brag about it to everyone. They do something wholly unique for the manga? That makes sense. After bowing to Grandfather, I hurried off with Aunt Eva to where everyone else was gathered. I got 1 medal! Kinzo watched Angie go with a warm gaze.
ちょいと簡単すぎたかな。
It was pretty easy.
いいえ、ちょうど良かったと思います。
現地、私は良いおじいちゃんを演じられただ。
Did I get it right for once?
無論でございます。
エンジェは幼い。そして体調を崩し、六軒島へ来ないことも多かった。私をよく覚えてはいないだろう。
I see. This is everybody getting their departing character moment, probably. Young children have their own kind of cruelty. They think of kindness as something they'll naturally receive. And because they think of kindness as only natural, they forget about it quickly.
親の恩と同じです。
Take it for granted.
それを理解するには、エンジェ様もお年を重ねられる必要があるでしょう。
やがては私のことを面白いおじいちゃんだったと思い出してくれるだろうか。
はい、必ずです。
Kinza's expression grew slightly darker. Eventually, even Angie will get older, and she will probably hear how the public at large regards Ushiramiya Kinzo. The Ushiramiya Kinzo known by the public is completely different from the Kinzo who plays with his grandchildren. When she learns, will Angie remember the face of Kinzo the tyrant known of by the world, or that gently smiling face?
できるなら私の笑顔を思い出してほしいが、それは高望みであろうな。
仕方あるまい。子供とはそういうものだ。
ベアとか。
子供は優しさに飽食し、それを決して記憶に留めぬ。
This is also a reflection of Battler not remembering the promise he made to Shannon. It's like poetry, it rhymes.
奇人変人であったかを知るだろう。それに塗りつぶされ、そなたの笑顔など忘れ去られる運命。
であろうな。いくら甘やかせど報われぬ愛である。
だが親の恩を思い出すのに長い時間をかけるように、エンジェもやがてきっと思い出すだろう。そなたが孫にどのような笑顔で接していたのか
は。忘れてもよい。ただ一時私に向けて微笑んでくれただけで、私には何よりものメイドの土産になるのだ。これが無償の愛の境地で。
The essence.
祖父とは報われぬ存在であるな。
報われておるとも、先ほどのエンジェの微笑みが思い出せれば。私は今夜お迎えが来ても一向に構わない。
Well, I've got good news for you. With a lonely laugh, Kinzo spun around, setting his cape fluttering. This was all the love he could offer Anja as a grandfather. Part of him wanted to be remembered, but he knew he mustn't wish for that. That was how unrewarded love worked. After looking at Kinzo's back, Beato stared at Anja's back again.
エンジェ、それでもいつか思い出してやれ。金蔵がそなたにどんな笑顔を見せていたのかをな。
Okay, whose quiz should I take next? I'm gonna challenge more and more people, get more and more medals for getting them right, and get a wonderful present to show everyone. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi are over there. They're looking this way and smiling. I'm sure they've thought up some interesting puzzles. There's Uncle Hideyoshi beckoning for me to come over. He's a fun uncle, so I'm sure he's thought up a fun question. Mom and Dad are across from him. They're waving at me, telling me to have lots of fun. Dad probably knows a lot of really hard questions. He might be tough. And over there is Aunt Rosa and Mario and Achan. It looks like they're reading a quiz book together, searching for a problem. Every now and then, Mario and Achan glances over at me saying, "Kee hee 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 hee." She can be mean sometimes, so I'm sure her puzzle won't be a nice one. Beyond them are Battler Oni-chan, George Oni-chan, and Jessica Oni-chan. Battler Oni-chan is usually nice, but he sometimes says really mean things, and I think he likes seeing me get confused. I get the feeling that he'll give me a really tough problem. Is there anyone who looks like they won't be mean? If I can, I'd like to start with some easy puzzles to warm me up. All the way over there are Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo. I don't think those two will be mean to me. And then there's Shannon and Canon. Shannon knows a lot about quizzes and fairy tales. I'm sure she'll give me something unique. Then we have Goda-san and Kumasawa-san who are serving tea. Kumasawa-san might be tough. I kind of think she'll give me a really confusing problem. Looks like everyone might be pretty tough.
エンジェちゃん、とっておきの問題を用意したで。こっち来てや。
Uncle Hideyoshi is calling for me. What should I do? Should I go?
秀吉おじさんのところ行ってみる？
Alright, we're starting with Hideyoshi.
だって私は全員に挑戦するんだから。
I rolled up my sleeve and headed towards Uncle Hideyoshi.
よく来たな。わしのは難しいで。
あなたが出す問題ってどんなのかしら。あまり難しすぎるのを出しちゃダメよ。
難しくてもいい。タカマン。
おお、頼もしいことや。
Alright, let's see what Hideyoshi has to lay on
ほな、
us.
行くで。
After clearing his throat, Uncle Hideyoshi started telling his question.
わしのはな、ええか。よく聞いてや。桃太郎の話は知ってるやろ。
Uh-oh.
川から桃がどう？
Yeah, right, the Peach Boy. I remember this one.
そや。しかしな、その川には甘栗が流れてきたんや。
甘栗？
そうや。そしたら次の日にはな。
A butternut squash?
イオカンが流れてきたんや。
イオカン酸っぱいから嫌い。
その次の日にはな。
Oh wait, A, B, C. Okay, it's alphabetical. Apple, butternut, cabbage.
その次の日には
Dill pickle, yeah, okay, alphabetical.
その次の日にはオクラが。その次の日には柿が流れてきたんや。
変な話よね。上流に八百屋さんでもあるのかしら。
さて問題や。その次の日には
So it has to be something that starts with G.
おばさんはエンジちゃんはわかる？
わかんな
じゃあヒントをあげるわね。流れてきたものにはちゃんと順番があるのよ。何の順番かわかるかしら？
そら大ヒントや。
I know, you made it easy. Yeah, see, A, B, C, D, E, F. So a grapefruit. It's gotta be grapefruit. Not onion and not lettuce. Ah, loud.
わかった。キャベツ。
そう正解よ。
I'm so
選
smart.
択肢にはなかったけど、
I'm so smart at solving these riddles for children. The names of all follow the alphabet. Apple was A, butternut squash was B, cabbage was C. It kept going with D, E, and F. So after F comes G. That's why the answer had to be something that started with G.
おばさんのヒントで解けた。
You'd say it was a grenade? Well, that does start with G, but I don't know if it fits the vegetable theme.
エンジェちゃんが自分で解いたのよ。すごいわ。
いやいや、お見事や。ほな、正解のメダルをあげような。
Hideyoshi took out a gold-colored medal and placed it on my palm. It felt heavy in my hands. Yeah, this is what victory feels like. I'd better keep it up. I have another medal. I'm so smart.
わしな、エヴァの分もなのか、もう一枚メダルをもらっとんのや。しかし問題がもう思いつかんのや。
じゃあ、私がエンジェちゃんに出題しちゃおうかな。
エヴァおばさんが？
そうよ。お姫様への付き人からのクイズ。ちょっと面白いクイズが思いついたから、ぜひ挑戦してほしいのよ。
Aunt Eva smiled brightly. I want to get as many medals as possible, so of course I want as many chances as I can get.
挑戦する。
その意気よ。じゃあ出題するわね。おばさんは旅行が大好きだって話はしたことがあったかしら？
エヴァおばさんはよく海外旅行へ行くって言ってた。
そうよ。だから旅行の問題を出すわね。
Ooh.
あるところに旅人がいたの。
Traveling, are we?
旅人？
その旅人はまず
5 kilometers
5キロ歩い
north.
たわ。
その問題、紙に書いた方がいい？
大丈夫よ。そんな難しい問題じゃないから聞くだけで OK。
Okay, so I might not have to do math.
旅人
That's
は
good.
まず北へ5キロ歩いた。そして次に東へ5キロ歩いた。
Okay, east.
そして次には
Oh, it's gonna be he ended up in the same place he started, because then he's gonna walk west.
北へ5キロ、東へ5キロ、南へ5キロ。
He's gonna end up in the place he
この字
started.
みたいに歩いたの？
そういうことやな。スタート地点から東に 5km の地点にいる計算になるで。
Well, Hideyoshi, you
その
just
はず
made
でしょ？
it really easy,
と
right?
ころがなんと旅人はスタート地点に戻ってしまっていたの。こんなおかしなことってありえると思う？
Oh wait, hang on.
そんなこ
This
とは
isn't
あ
going
る
the
わ
way I
け
thought
な
it
い
would.
で。方位磁石がいかれたんとちゃうか？
そんなのじゃないわよ。エンジェちゃん、わかる？
方位磁石のせいじゃないの？これは謎謎？
いいえ、ちゃんとしたクイズよ。ヒントはね、地球儀でよく考えてみて。
Was he walking around something round? Traveled 5 north, 5 east, 5 south, then he ended up in the exact same... This place does exist, but... Oh, it's a... Okay, a very hot place, a very cold place, or doesn't exist. That's confusing. It has to be A or B. Let me think. Something to do with the place on Earth where that could happen. A mountain, maybe? Let me think. So maybe it's like a mountain or the equators? I think it's gotta be, or no, not the equators. I mean, like one of the poles. Right? It's like, what is it? How do I explain this? It's kind of hard to explain. I don't have a globe on me. That's why it's hard to explain with just words. But it's gotta be one of the poles. But it's like you do along the lines of latitude and longitude. So because of the way the Earth is shaped, you end up going in a circle. So I'm gonna say a very cold place because it's got to be near the poles.
わかった。とても寒い場所。うん、そこはすごい寒いよ。絶対。
大正解。
Yes, I did it.
すごいわ。エンジちゃんの年でわかるなんて本当に天才よ。
南極点がスタート地点だったなら、
Yeah, exactly.
北に進み、東に進んでも、
Because you're at the very bottom of the Earth, you look at your globe, you can see all the lines. It does a little circle.
だから南へ進めば、また南極点に戻るだけの話。
If you go east, if you like start a little bit away from the South or North Pole, if you go east, you're just going in a little circle.
とっておきの難しい問題のつもりだったんだけど、エンジェちゃんは本当にすごいわ。
おめでとさんや。ほな、これがもう一枚のメダルや。
I got a heavy gold-colored medal. All right, I did it. Aunt Eva and I held up our fists in celebration.
これでわしらの問題はおしまい。他の人に問題を出してもらうといいで。
ありがとう、秀吉おじさん。
エヴァおばさんは賢いで。二人一緒ならメダルもザックザクや。
そうよ。ザックザクよ。
一緒に頑張ろう、エヴァおばさん。
I dashed away. What'll I ask next? Uncle Hideyoshi waved goodbye, smiling. I got another one. I got 3. I'm 3 for 3, baby. Hideyoshi and Eva watched as Anja ran off happily, looking for the next quiz.
あんなにも可愛らしい笑顔を浮かべられる子なのに、私がそれを奪う。
Boy, will you?
エヴァ。
Eva hung her head. A single tear sparkled in her eye.
彼女の気持ちを考えれば、それは当然のことなのよ。でも、私はそれを受け止めきれなかった。
しゃあない。お前かて人間やで。そうそう人間割り切れるもんとちゃう。
それでも私が悪いのよ。仮にも一児を育てた母だったのよ。あの子の母親に私はなるべきだった。なのに私は悲しみに溺れ、それをしなかった。
しゃあないしゃあない。お前だけが
Of
悪
course he
いわけ
did.
とちゃうで。
Because he likes to seem smart.
そんなに自分を責めたらあかん。
By now, Ava was unable to hold back her sobs. Large tears dripped down her cheeks as she stared at the ground and shook.
私はなんて罪を。悲しいのは私もあの子も全く同じだった。なのに私は自分の方が悲しいと決めつけて、あの子の気持ちを全く受け止めなくて、私は母失格なんだわ。あの子の母になってあげられなかった。
いいえ、あなたは頑張ってくれたわ、エヴァ姉さん。
キリエさん。
It's just your best was not nearly enough. Kyrie and Rudolph were standing behind Ava now.
あなたが演者と打ち解けようといろいろな努力をしてくれたことを知っているわ。
姉貴はよく耐えてくれたぜ。そんな姉貴の苦労も知らず、うちの娘が本当に迷惑をかけたな。
Well, this is making it really seem like it was them too. After the accident on Rokenjima, Ava, the only one who left Rokenjima alive, adopted Anja, the girl who had been absent and survived. While they would eventually develop a sad and mutually painful relationship, it wasn't like that at first. Ava tried to show affection for Anja, her last remaining blood relative. She tried to become Anja's new mother, even as she fought back the sadness she herself felt. However, Anja wasn't able to accept that kindness. She lashed out at Ava, the only one who had returned alive, for stealing her parents away from her. Ava, understanding the wounds that this little 6-year-old girl bore, withstood these attacks. She grit her teeth and poured all of her affection onto Anja, affection that went ignored. However, the wounds Ava herself bore were also extremely deep. She was never rewarded for her sad efforts, and the future in front of her grew dark.
あなたは演者にジョージ君に注いだのと同じ愛情を与えようとしてくれた。
In that sort of situation, it's really easy to let yourself become super bitter and
私だ
horrible.
けの独りよがりでエンジェちゃんには全く届かなかった。
それを受け止めなかったのはエンジェだ。姉貴のせいじゃない。
6歳のエンジェちゃんにそれを求めるなんて酷よ。それでも私は気持ちを伝えられるようもっともっと耐え。
エヴァ姉さん、これだけは信じて。私たちはあなたを責めてなんかいないのよ。キリエさん、エンジェのために深く深く傷ついてくれてありがとう。あの子に人の心があるならいつか必ずあなたが注いでくれた愛情に気がついてくれるはず。
ありがとう、姉貴。俺たちはいつまでも感謝してるんだぜ。
よかったな、エヴァ。お前の頑張りはな、ちゃんと認め。
Okay, but what's really important is I'm 3 for 3 on the medals. That's what matters
いかが
here.
ですか、演者様。
Oh yeah, let's do Goda's riddle. It's gonna suck shit.
ぜひこのゴーダにも
Goda's riddle is gonna be so bad.
挑戦していただけませんか。
Kumasawa's might actually be tough though. She's a tricky lady.
難しい問題を用意しましたよ。
難しい問題でもへっちゃら。演者一人だけじゃないもん。エヴァおばさんと一緒に解くもん。
Goda and Kumasawa offered to challenge me. I'll have to go up against everyone in the end, so it doesn't matter who comes next. And I waved it on Ava to hurry up, and she ran toward me.
今度はこの2人が出題？どっちから挑戦する？
じゃあ、ゴーダさん。
はいはい。
Yeah, give me your shitty riddle. Your shitty riddle.
それでは問題を出させていただきます。
難しいですよ。
それでも解く。コツはもう分かったもん。
エンジェちゃんを甘く見ちゃダメよ。ね
それはそれは。それではゴーダらしく台所とお料理の問
Okay,
題を
it's
出さ
food
せてい
related.
ただ
Goda
き
only
ま
knows
す。
food metaphors.
今度は共闘しましょう。わからないときはおばさんを頼ってね。何かヒントを出せるようにするわ。
ヒントもらうとメダルはもらえない？
メダルとは関係ないからじゃんじゃん頼ってね。
Oh, okay, alright. We have a little Aunt Eva ask button, that's cute. In a witch's house, there was a magic kitchen. Every day, it would serve a freshly made meal for the witch when she returned at an appointed time. One day, the witch had to work very late. When she finally got home, all of the food greeted her. "Welcome home, Great Witch. I made some vegetable stew for you," said the stew in the pot. "Welcome home, Great Witch. Please, quickly dip me in the stew and eat me," said the hard bread. Welcome home, Great Witch. You must be thirsty. Please, drink me right away, said the white wine. Welcome home, Great Witch. If you eat me, the heat of the day will be wiped away, said the ice cream dessert. Now then, one of these is lying. Which one is it? This is interesting. Oh, maybe it's... Okay, wait. Every day it would serve a freshly made meal for the witch when she returned at an appointed time. One day the witch had to work very late. When she finally got home, all the food greeted her. Okay, I bet it's the ice cream? Because it doesn't matter when the witch gets home, all the food is made at a time. So if she's working late, the ice cream probably melted, right? Right? The bread's hard. But if you dip it in the stew, it'll get soft. And, you know, white wine will sate your thirst no matter how long it's been sitting out. And the stew makes no claims about what temperature it is. So I'm gonna say probably the ice cream, right? Because the ice cream's all melty. The ice cream's probably not cold anymore. That's gotta be it. Ah, it's loud. Right? Can we agree with that? That sounds smart, right? Do 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 do. I do sound very smart. Okay. Let's... Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna save just in case, though. That's not cheating. I'm gonna go with D, the iced cream.
アイスクリーム魔女は帰りがすごく遅かったんだから、その頃にはもう溶けちゃってる。だから食べられない。
さすが。
Yes! Yes! I'm so smart! I'm the most intelligent princess
エン
alive!
ジェちゃんは本当に賢いでしょ。
おめでとうございます。
Fuck your stupid riddle, Goda, get owned!
感服いたしました。
I 360 no-scoped your
こ
riddle.
のゴーダの腕によりをかけた難問がこうもあっさり解かれてしまうとは。
全然簡単だったもん。エヴァおばさんの問題の方が難しかった。
You're breaking Goda's heart. It's great.
おめでとうございます。こちらが私の問題に正解したご褒美のメダルでございます。
Okay, that was easy. Now let's take a shot at Kumasawa-san's puzzle. Yes, 4 for 4.
次は私でございますね。ではとっておきの難しい問題で。
Alright, Kumasawa, lay it on me. I have much more faith in you than Goda, because you're fucking old and tricky.
では参りますよ。
Grandma's got hands.
どのくらい？
それは挑戦してみてのお楽しみ。それでは私はサバの
The mackerel dessert puzzle? Always the mackerel. I should have known.
サバのデザート？
I should have known it would be mackerel related.
熊沢さんのこと、きっとおかしな問題に違いないわ。注意してかかりましょう。
The cook was in trouble. Dinner had been fully prepared except for the dessert, but it had no ingredients except sabara, mackerel and leftovers. Then the cook had a flash of inspiration. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand dessert out of those letters. Which letter should he change? Oh, ooh. This one's tough. This might have some cultural context I don't know about off the top of my head. Babara? Rabara? Saraba? Sarara? Sababa? That one's tough. I'm gonna ask Ava. This dessert, I don't know desserts?
おばさん、わかった？
一文字を足せばって言うんだから。
Yes, I
ダジャ
understand
レ
that
みたい
part.
な答えに違いないわ。サバに一文字を加えてデザートにならないか考えて。あ、わかった。
なになに？
Oh, maybe it's not that.
とにかく語尾に一文字を足してみて。それがまさに答えそのものだから。
Oh, I think I get it now. You can make a grand dessert out of those leftovers. Dinner had been fully prepared except for the dessert, but he had no ingredient except Sabara. These riddles are all localized, it makes sense. That helps, yeah. Oh, I get it. This is so dumb. By changing just a single letter, he could make a grand desert. One of the desert here is missing an S. Is that on purpose? Am I reading this right? Is that a mistake that's meant to trip me up? The second desert, he could make a grand desert here on the last line. It has one S. But dessert, as in like chocolate and stuff, has two S's. Ah, they're trying to trick me by making me focus on the Sabara part. But luckily, I know how to read. This is a weird one, though, because you have to assume that Kumasawa either said desert instead of dessert, or gave it to you in writing.
ぶっぶ外れでございますよ。
わかんない。全然わかんない。
Wait, hang on. That didn't happen. I'm warping time.
とにかく語尾にそれがまさに答えそのものだから。
Grand... What did I do wrong? It's gotta be S, right? I changed... Oh, fuck. Sahara, Sabara to Sahara. So I changed the B. I got it backwards. It's a double trick.
足す文字はく。サバにくを足して砂漠。
It's a double trick.
正解でございますよ。
砂漠はつまり砂漠のこと。砂漠は英語でデザートって読むものね。
エンジェ英語知ってた。すごいすごい。
You mastered English.
さすがエンジェちゃん、賢い。頭なでなでしてあげる。
Alright, that one was a mulligan.
おばさんになでて
I won't make a mistake like that again. Now that I'm over the hump that is Kumasawa.
サバにクを足したらデザートにもなるなんて。本当にサバはすごい
Tricky old woman.
ですね。
I'll never fall for your tricks again, Grandma.
そんなダジャレでデザートをサバにした日には
You'll get her ass,
私の首が飛ん
Coda.
でしまいそうです。
エンジェもやだ。デザートはアイスがいい。
確かに大丈夫よね。今日のデザート。
厨房で サバの
Not
フルー
mackerel
ツパフェ
fruit parfait.
皆さんを驚かそうと待ち構えてお
Goda
り
did
ます
not
よ
help with that one.
そうなのや。
Everyone burst out laughing. For some time after that, I was tormented by the terrifying image of a parfait neatly topped with mackerel chunks.
これは残念。エンジェ様に素敵なご褒美をあげないよう
Yeah, through the power of
邪魔
save
をしてや
scumming.
ろうと知恵を絞った問題がこんなにもあっさり解かれるとは。
Though she said that, Kumasawa smiled. A gold-colored medal glittered in her wrinkly hands. Anja took it.
さあ、これで私たちの問題はおしまいですよ。
この調子でどんどんメダルを手に入れて
Big
親方様
prizes.
から素
Big
敵なご
prizes can
褒
be
美を
yours.
獲得してくださいね。
Call this toll-free number.
ありがとう。もっともっと頑張るね。やったね、エヴァおばさん。
この調子でどんどん行きましょう。
We rushed away. Okay, who should we take on next? I got a medal!
キリエ様の影に隠れておどおどしていた幼子がいつの間にかあんなに元気になって。
親族会議を重ねるたびに若者の成長を感じるものです。あと数年も経てばエンジェ様も恋を覚え、
Not
化
those
粧を
things.
覚え、やがては一人前のレディーに成長されるのでしょうね。
そうですね。普通に年月を重ねてくださったなら。
Yeah, we can only hope she becomes normal. And a cruel fate will force the chick called Anja into a lonely future. If an egg isn't warmed, it won't hatch. The egg she is now will not be warmed by anyone, and it will not hatch.
エンジェ様は冷え切った卵のまま孤独な未来を迎えるほかないの
I'm
でしょう。
starting to get the feeling Ryukishi has read Herman Hesse's Demian.
卵の殻はいつだって内側から破られるもの。冷え切った殻はとてもとても硬いでしょうが、それでも
エンジェ様にその強さがある
We
でし
can
ょう。
only hope.
それを得ることができるか否か、それがこの最後のゲームと聞いています。
私たちはもっとメッセージを送るべきではないでしょうか。せめて温められぬ卵なら殻が割りやすいよう少しでも外から叩くとか。
自らの殻を割る力もないヒナを寒風に耐えることはできないでしょうね。エンジェ様はその力とたくましさを
Don't worry,
自ら得な
Esmeralda.
ければ
I can
ならない
grasp true love. I'm looking for the soul of this tale.
ですから私た
I
ち
never
は
stop
何
thinking.
とか伝えることはできないんでしょうか。
言葉とは与えられるものでなく、私たちが何を与えようともエンジェ様が受け止めなければ何の意味もない。
そうですね。私たちが何を伝えてもエンジェ様が
You gotta
耳を
perk
貸
up
さな
those
ければ
ears,
意味
Anja.
がない。
Gotta stop being so obstinate.
見守るしかないんですよ、私たちには。馬を水場に連れて行くことはできても
So true.
飲ませることはできないのですから。
エンジェ様がより良い未来を自ら選択してくれることを祈るしかありませんな。
エンジェ様が諦めと悲しみを紛らわせるためだけの怒りに身を任せず、本当にエンジェ様が求めておられるたった一つの願いに純粋であってさえくれれば、彼女は絶対に自分の一番の願いを叶えることができるでしょう。
皮肉なものです。その一番の願いを自ら一番最初に否定されているのですから。
Can't get him back. Gotta go to that other wish about moving on, probably.
泣きっ面に蜂。信ずる者は救われる。人の思いが、その強さが 自分の未来を自ら生み出すのです。
せめてその言葉だけでもかけてあげたいものですが。
バトラ様も厳しい。
It's definitely not about closure or
その
nothing.
ような言葉さえも許さず、エンジェ様が自分の力だけで気づいてくれることを願っている。
But we can tell them to you, the reader, so you can know what the story is about.
私たちには見守ることしかできないのですね。
だからせめて祈りましょう。彼女が最も望む未来をその手につかめるように。
おや、私ども
Ah,
ご
time
指
for
名
the
です
other
か。
handful of servants.
どうせ全員に挑むもん。ねえおばさん。
Yes, you will have to face everyone.
ねえ。さあ、私たちに問題を出してちょうだい。
In more ways
サ
than
クサク解い
what?
ちゃうんだから。
そうですか、そうですか。では、とっておきの問題を出さないといけませんな。
源氏、お前も何か出題してやるがいい。とっておきをな。
かしこまりました。それでは、とっておきを。
Have some fun for once in your life, Genji. Whoa. I'd hope that Genji-san would give me a simple puzzle, but now he's saying it'll be tough. Scary. But I'll beat both of them. I can't let myself get scared.
では、私から参りましょう。私はお医者さんですからな。救急車の問題でも出すと
An
しましょう。
ambulance puzzle? When you're in Japan, the word emergency happens around the same as the number 9 twice. Happens to sound the same. Okay. If you add an emergency to question marks, you'll get an ambulance. If question marks is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. What number goes in the question marks? Hint, the difference between the two cars is half an emergency. Okay. The word emergency happens to sound the same as the number 9 twice. Okay, so the number 9 twice is 18. And the difference between the two cars is a half an emergency, so 9. So if you add 18 to question marks, you'll get an ambulance. If question marks is subtracted to 130, you'll get a police car. This one's tricky. What number goes in the question marks? The difference between the two cars is half an emergency. So the difference between a police car and an ambulance is 9. An emergency is 18. If you add 18 to question marks, you'll get an ambulance. If question marks is subtracted from 130, you'll get a police car. What? I gotta ask Ava about this one. This one's really confusing.
ハテナは数字なの？でも救急は文字でしょ？数字足す文字なんて計算できないよ。
救急ってのがなんだかダジャレっぽいわね。ほら、救急って9
Right, yeah, I gather that much. Oh, 99. Not 8. We're not adding them.
99を足すと救急車になるってこと？
ハテナ足す99で出てくる数字がどうして救急車になるのかしら。
Why doesn't it?
え、本当？なになに？どうして？
ヒントね。救急車じゃない赤いランプの車とはパトカーのことよ。もうわかったんじゃない？
Okay, so 99 instead of 18. If I add 99 to blank, I'll get an ambulance. If blank is subtracted from 130, I'll get a police car. Boom. This one's really hard. I didn't expect Nanjo to give me the toughest one. The difference between the two cards is half an emergency. Okay. So half of 99 would be like it'd be like 49 and a half. This is really confusing. Does Ava have another hint for me, or is it only the one? Okay.
99ほら99って
99
つまりハテナに99を足すとハテナ足す99で出てくる数字がどうして9？はあ、わかった。え、本当？なになに？どうし？ヒントね。救急車じゃない赤いランプの車。もうわかったんじゃない？
Is it like 911? Word emergency happens to sound as same as 99 twice. If you add an emergency to question marks, you'll get an ambulance. Is it like the Japanese phone number for an emergency? It's the Japanese phone number for emergency. Okay, so let me Google that. Japanese phone number. You can call an ambulance anytime and anywhere in Japan by simply dialing 119. Okay. So, okay. And there must be different... Okay, so it must be different numbers for police car... So there must be different numbers for the police and an ambulance. So if the number for an ambulance is 119, and the word for emergency is 99, so add an emergency to blank and you'll get an ambulance. So yeah, that would be the difference between 119 and 99. So I gotta subtract it. I gotta do math. Hang on. 119 minus 99 is 20. So that must be the answer, it's 20. Yeah, I don't know why it's so loud. Right? Because that's the difference between the two cars. Or not the difference between the two cars, but yeah. So it must be 20. Wait, hang on. If you had an emergency... Yeah, 119 to 99 is 20. If question marks is 119 is subtracted. Yes. Wait, no. Hang on. I'm confusing myself. Let me just double check this. Because if If blank is... So if the answer is 20 and it's subtracted from 130, that would be 110. So I just have to look up the Japanese phone number for police. Yes, it is 110. Okay, so it has to be 20. We have the power of the internet.
20 に99を加えると119。救急車を呼ぶ番号。
130から20を引くと
Which is the emergency number for police, yeah.
こっちはパトカーを呼ぶ番号ね。
パトカ
お見事、正解だ。
ー. You can call Deckard from J Decker with that.
やはりエンジェさんは頭が柔軟ですな。
おお、やるではないか。
He's so proud. Grandpa is so proud of us.
さすが賢いぞ、我が孫よ。
おめでとう。これはあんたのメダルだ。
But why isn't there voices? That was all a trick. He didn't need that part. Huh? At any rate, the gold medal glittering in Nanjo's hand is now mine. Okay, now I'll defeat... Hang on, I want to read that again. Anyways, whatever.
どんどん解いていっちゃいましょう。
I got a medal!
では源氏さん、どうぞ。
我が友は無して語らぬが。
Yeah, Genji knows a lot of things.
どんな問題が飛び出すや
Alright, let's hear your puzzle, Genji. I bet it'll be tough.
それではエンジェ様。
Or, if they want to be really funny, make it super easy.
お覚悟を出題させていただきます。
The puzzle starts now! I've never heard anyone say, prepare yourself like that when giving a quiz. Started to get so tense that my stomach began to hurt.
大丈夫よ。しっかり。
Aunt Eva gripped my hand firmly and my stomach ache got a little better.
エンジェ様は割り算はできますか？
Oh no, more math?
塾で習った。
Not more math, please.
すごいわね。まだ6歳なのに。
では問題なさそうです。出題させていただきます。
This is bad. I did learn division, but I'm not very good at it. We have a lit candle 5 centimeters in length. Every hour, half of that candle's remaining length is burned away. Then, when its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. 3 hours later, the flame had disappeared, but what was the length of the candle at that time? Okay. We have a lit candle 5 centimeters in length. Every hour, half that command. Okay, so 5. So after 3 hours, the flame had disappeared. So we'll start with 3. So after an hour, we divide it by 2, which is 2.5. After another hour, we divide it by 2 again, which would be 2.5 divided by 2 is 1.25. So it's only when it's 1 centimeter or less does the fire go out, so not yet. So then we divide it by 2 again is 0.625. And so we have to convert that, we have to convert that from centimeters to millimeters. So yeah, it'd be about 6. Okay, that wasn't very hard. Unless there's some trick I'm forgetting, in which case. What? Did I do the math wrong? Hang on, I did some math wrong, I guess. Okay. Hang on, let me try this again. So maybe it's 5 divided by 0.5. I couldn't have done the math wrong. Half that command. Yeah, so it would be divided by 2, right? Not by half. Or would it be divided by half? So let's start with 50, because that's centimeters to millimeters. Divide by 2, divide by 2, divide by 2. No, I still 6.25. So maybe I do have to divide by halves? Or multiply by halves? No, it still gets the same thing. Half of that candle's remaining length is burned away. Then, when the length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. Let's ask Ava, I guess.
1時間ごとにその時の長さの半分が燃えるのね。最初の1時間で
Yeah, so that's 2.5.
それが次の1時間でさらに半分。そして3時間目でさらに半分。
電卓ないとよくわかんない。おばさんわかる？
あ、わかった。意地悪な問題だわ、これ。
意地悪って？
これ、割り算は関係
It
ない
has
わ。
nothing to do with division?
よく問題の文章を読み返してみて。
What was it again? Okay. Forget division then. Oh. Duh. When its length is 1 centimeter or less, the flame will disappear. So it has to be 10 millimeters or less, about 10 millimeters. It doesn't matter if it's exact. It just as soon as it goes under 1. Duh. The tricky. That is mean, so it's E.
5センチが1時間で 2.5 センチになって、また1時間で 1.25 センチになって、また1時間で 0.625 センチになって。
エンジェちゃん、計算は必要ないのよ。問題をよく思い出してみて。ろうそくは
It's another trick, right? Because it's
何センチになった
about.
ら消えちゃうん
It
だっ
doesn't
け？
matter. You know the flame's gone out, so you just know it's under 1 centimeter.
ああ、騙されるとこだった。長さが1センチになったら消えちゃうんだから。
Very tricky, Mr. Genji. The flame on this candle dies when the candle is 1 centimeter in length. In other words, it can never get shorter than 1 centimeter. So the right answer is the 5th choice, about 10 millimeters.
その通り。
正解でございます。
おお、素晴らしいぞエンジェ。よく惑わされなかった。
Genji is all about those slates of hand.
引っかかるところだった。
ゲンジさんも意地が悪いわ。割り算はできますかなんて聞いておいて。
No, he's playing us from the
あ
start.
れがきっかけだったわけね。
はい、申し訳ございませんでした。
源氏さんはたまに表情一つ変えずに引っ
That's
掛け
true.
てきますから。
He's a fucking freak like that.
おめでとうございます、エンジェ様。こちらが私の問題を正解したことの証である。ね、
ありがとう。
So what we've got left is Kraus and Natsuhi and Rudolph and Kyrie and the cousins. Oh, and Rosa and Maria. It's gonna take a while.
まだまだ集める。いっぱい集めておじい様に素敵なご褒美をもらうの。
張り切るがよいぞ、我が孫よ。
頑張れ、エンジェさん。あんたの武運を祈ってるよ。
Oh yeah, and Shannon and Cannon.
他の方もお
I'd have to
待ち
split
でしょ
this
う。
up.
さあ、ぜひ次の方に挑戦を。
Because they all have a little dialogue after each one, too.
ありがとう。もっともっと頑張るね。
We dashed away. There are still many people waiting to give me puzzles. I have tons of chances to get medals. Okay, who should I challenge next? I've got a medal! After Anja and Eva left, Battler, who had been watching their progress, came over.
エンジェの調子はどうかな。
バトラか。調子はわからぬが楽しんではおるようだぞ。
源氏さんの問題聞いてたぜ。俺もうっかり騙されちまうところだったぜ。
What a tricky bastard that Genji is. He's all about misdirection, isn't he?
しかし意外だぜ。源氏さんがこういうフェイクっぽい問題を出すなんてな。
He's all trick
もっと
questions.
素直な、わかりやすい問題を出すとばっかり思ってたぜ。
我が友は無口であるからそう思われがちであるが、こやつめ、こう見えてなかなかの。
After all, he did do that whole thing with the, the baby people thought were dead.
源氏さんとチェスを戦えば、それがよくわかりますぞ。
私とて時折騙される。この真面目そうな顔でシャーシャーと私を引っ掛けるのだ。昔からそうであるぞ。なのに何度騙されても私は引っかかる。
You keep falling for it. Genji's so funny when you know
そういえば
things.
さ、源氏さんとじい様って
A very heterosexual one, I'm sure. For just an instant, Kinzo glanced at Genji's face. Apparently, he didn't plan on touching on this subject if Genji had any objections. However, Genji spoke as though there was no point hiding it any longer.
私と親方様は
Ah,
かつて
Taiwan
台湾に
buddies.
ご縁がありました。
ご縁とはよそよそしい。悪友であるわ。
Partners? Yeah, we were partners?
こやつも私も金持ちの宝刀息子。親に迷惑をかけてばかりのろくでなしであったわ。
源氏さんが宝刀息子？
Yo, the Genji lore.
そりゃびっくりだぜ。
I love the Genji lore.
じゃあ、源氏さんもかつて台湾に移住してて、そこでじい様に？
いえ、私は台湾の人間でした。
源氏さんは台湾の出身なのです。
Oh, he's from Taiwan.
いえ、戦前は日本領でしたから、源氏さんももちろん日本人でしたがな。
負けん気の強い男でな。出会ったばかりの頃は喧嘩ばかりよ。意気投合してからは
Do you think they explored each other's
筑波の友に
bodies?
ふさわしい最高の友人であった。
戦後にいろいろと混乱がありました。その混乱の中、私を助けてくださったのが親方様なのです。その時のご恩は生涯かけても返しきれないものです。
それを言うな、我が友よ。私がもう少し上手に説得できていれば、お前の家族たちも連れてくることができた。私が不甲斐ないばかりに、お前しか救えなかった。
I don't know much about the details of Taiwan's history, but apparently there was still a lot of chaos there even after the war ended and Japan pulled out. Kinzo, predicting this chaos before it happened, worked out a way for Genji and his family to escape. However, Genji's family possessed great wealth in Taiwan. They were unable to abandon it, and they decided to remain there. This wealth had been built up thanks to their close relationship with the Japanese-run government of Taiwan. The new regime after the war wasn't likely to welcome them with open arms. Much mayhem and confusion followed. and Genji was the only one who escaped harm. I don't know what happened to make this man, whom Kinzo just called the troublesome prodigal son, change so drastically to become the person he is today. It was a story of friendship, between the two of them, and there could be hardly any point in unrelated persons shifting through history books to interpret it how they pleased. They definitely explored each other's bodies, though. That's how I'm interpreting it. They had been good friends since long ago, and they owed each other their lives. Though the troubled times tossed them about, their friendship held firm for decades. Genji's role is now that of the butler, but when they're alone in the study, they sometimes share a drink and think back on the days of their youth, and they're still that way today. Leaving Kinzo and Genji to reminisce, Battler walked off on his own. It would be rude to ask for any more detail, and he didn't need to know. Kinzo and Genji had been friends since long, long ago. That was something he already knew. Alright, I think that's where we're gonna have to stop for tonight. I wanted to try to make it through all the riddles, and then I'm like, oh yeah, there's still a lot left. So, we're just gonna have to stop there for tonight and pick it up tomorrow. Sorry, I was entranced by that. Let's, who's streaming? Who should I raid? You know what? She always raids me, and I rarely get the chance to return the favor because she's usually not streaming longer than me. So we're gonna raid Ren. She's playing Super Mario Sunshine. So go cheer her on in Pachinko, I guess. I will definitely see you all tomorrow for more Umineko Part 8. See you then!